Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Titima from Informa Markets. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the ASEAN Symposium on Development of Functional Ingredients for Non-Communicable Diseases, NCD, an opportunity to bring researchers from 10 ASEAN member states together. This provides platform for sharing in knowledge and experience and discussing in the current of situation of NCD of one's country. Before the webinar starts, you can send the question to Q&A box at the bottom of the screen. Speaker will answer your question there. And if you would like a handout, please contact the organizer. We will put the contact email in chat box. The key takeaways that you will get today are: first, to strengthen research and development capability to prevent and control NCD. Second, to share knowledge and experience on the development of functional ingredients for NCD among ASEAN members. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sayan Tanpanit, Deputy Governor Research and Development Group for Bioindustry of TISTER and Thailand Focal Point of ASEAN Subcommittee on Food Science and Technology SCFST to give the opening remark. Please welcome Mr. Sayan Tanpanit.
Thank you. Distinguished guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development acknowledges NCDs as a major challenge for sustainable development. According to SDG Target 3.0 by 2030, we have common goals to reduce by 1/3 premature mortality of NCDs through the prevention and treatment. Also, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Communities, or ASCC, has strong commitment to tackle NCDs by establishing concrete of policies and legal frameworks. The declaration on non-communicable disease in ASEAN, demonstrating our concern to increase availability and accessibility of healthier food options within ASEAN communities. Recently, non-communicable disease, or NCDs, kill 41 million people each year, equivalent to 71% of all deaths globally. The main type of NCDs are cardiovascular disease, cancers, chronic respiratory disease, diabetes, leading us to loss of productivity and social economic consequences. Each year, more than 15 million people die from NCDs between the age of 30 to 69 years, and 77% of all NCD deaths are in low and middle income countries. The risk of NCDs death caused by individual behavior of tobacco use, physical inactivities, and harmful use of alcohol and unhealthy diet. Adequate detection, screening of treatment of NCDs, as well as palliation care are important keys to tackle with NCD. The integrated approach requires of all sectors: health, finance, transport, education, agriculture, planning, scientific research, and other working together. Therefore, we now join today virtual event of strengthened research and development capabilities to prevent and control NCDs, to share knowledge and experience on development of functional ingredients for NCDs amongst the AMS. and to promote the collaboration network among the research from AMS and the development of functional ingredient for NCD with innovation and digitalization. On this note, on behalf of Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research, or TISDA, and Informal Markets, I would like to express our sincere thanks to all keynote speakers and all speakers from AMS, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam to join us to this event to share your knowledge and perspective of functional ingredient research related to NCDs solutions. And on SCFST focal point for your kind support and encouragement us to organize this event. Lastly, I wish today's event come with every success in all aspects and create fruitful and substantial beneficial to people in ASEAN, enhancing them to access the sufficient, safe, affordable, healthier nutrients food both now and future. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Mr. Sayantan Panit, for the opening remarks. And next, we have two keynote speakers from private sector. The first keynote speaker is Mr. Naka Thawicchawat, Managing Director, COVID Care International Thailand Company Limited, and followed by Mr. Phakpoom Pheummongkol, Managing Director, Research X Company Limited. And now we will start from Mr. Naka Thawicchawat to share the trends of functional foods in Thailand for health and wellness. Please welcome Mr. Naka Thawicchawat.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for Sister, and thank you for Food Ingredients Asia to invite me to be the speaker today for the trend of the functional food in Thailand for health and wellness at the ASEAN Symposium on Development of Functional Ingredients for Non-Communicable Disease, or NCD. First, let me introduce myself for a little. My name is Naka Thawicchawat. I am the Exclusive Committee of the Federation of Thai Industry, or FTI. I'm also the honorary chairman of Dietary Supplement Industry Cup, the Federation of Thai Industry, and the Innovation Ambassador of National Innovation Agency, Ministry of Science and Technology too. I am in this business nearby the 30 years. And this year we found that we got this COVID-19 to be the communicable disease, be very scared, and this is a very big issue in the world. But when we look back to the non-communication disease, we found that the non-communication diseases take the people's life a lot every year. Then what is this NCD? NCD is a disease that not transmissible directly from one person to the another. NCD include like a Parkinson disease, autoimmune disease, stroke, most heart disease, most cancer, diabetes, and a chronic kidney disease, for the example. NCD kills every year is 41 million people per year. This is equivalent to 71% of death globally. And each year is 15 million NCD deaths occur between age of 30 to 69. And more than 85% of this is premature death in low and middle income countries. Then NCD now is cause of 74% or death in Thailand. This is the number is upper the average in the world of the world standard. Cardiovascular account for majority of the NCD deaths, it is number one in the world. It is 17.9 million annually, and the cancer is number two, is 9 million, and respiratory disease is about 3.9 million, and diabetes is about 1.6 million, is number four. The situation of the non-communicable disease in Thailand. Currently, this is an increased number of cardiovascular disease, the hypertension, and diabetes, and the chronic respiratory disease, and obesity, cancer, and many more in Thailand and around the world is increased. I think this about the hardworking, as the lifestyle change, and the food, this is with what say not as organic, and also the environment is changed. Then this is make the number is increases every year. Then we come to look the proportional mortality in Thailand. This is 23% is cardiovascular disease. The 18% is cancer. 6% is chronic respiratory disease, and 4% is diabetes, and 23% is other NCD, and 16% is communicable. Actually, this one may be changed this year because COVID-19 will change a little bit with this number, and also nutritional conditions. This is the cause in this point, and 10% is people die about the injuries. This is a graph, the projected mortality of 2008 to 2030. You will see the numbers increase, but the number one is still be cardiovascular disease, and the number is increased. All this only increase. Then we need to have the plan to take care all this is NCD. Okay. Then in Thailand NCD plan, we have the target within 2025. Yeah, this is we have the 9 target. The target number one is 25% is reduction in the premature death from the NCD. The number two is 10% reduction of the harmful use of the alcohol. In Thailand, we drink a lot of the alcohol. We are the top number in the world. Then this one have to reduction. Number three is 30% reduction in the tobacco using among person age more than 15. Yep. And number four is 30% reduction in mean population intake of salt and sodium among the people aged more than 18 years too. And 10% reduction is appearance of insufficient physical activity, because maybe we have a lot of job or the thing to do. Then we not so much is do the exercise. This one that we have to change, right? Then number 6 is 25% is reduction in the appearance of high blood pressure. And the target number 7 is a stop rise diabetes and obesity among the person aged 18 more than 18 years. And target number 8 is at least 50% of the people aged 40 plus have to receive drug and counseling of the heart attack and stroke prevention. And the last one is 80% availability of this affordable basic technology and essential medicine required to treat the major NCD in both public and private facility. This is the target plan to fight back with the NCD in Thailand. Then we can use or food supplement. We can use some of the nutrition. Actually, what this is, I give the suggestion for many customer or many of my friends that has come to ask what kind of the food supplement is good for us. I think if the people have enough rest, exercise, or take all the good food, I think that they can win like more than 80% already. But when you want to use when you want to use this or the functional food or the nutrition ingredients to help, I think this one is the most important thing. That the first thing you have to know what is your body want, like which nutrition your body lack of, or your body is have already enough. Then I think my suggestion is that you can go to like a anti-age clinic, and you can check. Nowadays you can check the technologies is with the blood, and then this is have the report that can tell which kind of the food supplement, which kind of the nutrition that you should take. But today I bring some of them that is good. Actually, this one is good for NCD, and this is good for the thing like the COVID, like this one, the yeast beta-glucan or red reishi. This one is about the immune system and the cancer prevention. Then this one is the top ingredients that now we use in the food supplement that can prevent for the COVID, for the example. And we have the like the Corium CQ10. This one is good for heart and heart health, and make the deep sleep of the body. And this is, we have the omega-3 for Alzheimer disease, and for brain booster we have the lutein and bilberry. This one for cataracts and eyes. We have the collagen. Collagen, this is good for joint and bone. And osteoporosis. And ginger and black ginger. This one is for diabetes and for the lowering of blood sugar. And the first active ingredients, I think this one is top 5 or top 3 of the most popular active ingredients nowadays, because it's, the COVID-19 have to prevent by boost its immune system. Then beta-glucan is in this many formulation of food supplement to prevent and protect from this COVID-19. Then is beta-glucan. This is exit in the cell wall of yeast, and it is well known for the functional of the immunity enhancing, anti-infection, anti-tumor, and so on, derived from common baker yeast. Yeast beta-glucan has been found in the maintain or stimulate the effectiveness of the immune system, and this can use this quite a lot, like anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor, anti-allergic, and anti-obesity, anti-diabetics, anti-osteoporotic, anti-hypertensive, and anti-microbial. Also, this is anti-hypercholesterol, mixed, and also anti-oxidative effect. Then the next one is red reishi. Red reishi is a sample of the raw material that very success all the time. This is like used in China more than 1,000 years, and nowadays it is still popular. This is like a fashion, as I said, that the high quality of the active ingredients is maybe like 20 years ago. It is very popular, and then it's gone, and then it come back again. It is maybe when come back again with the new form or new technology to extract. But this is proof that the good quality of the raw material that can stay in the market forever. Then red reishi in the Chinese name is the rinchi. Rinchi is uses like for the as the mushroom of the longevity. Then this is mushroom can what this is can do. This is can link to aging cancer remission, and this one can strengthening the immune system, and also this can take care of the free radical. Then this one this is very popular, and this is very effective raw material that is we use. The next one is Corium CQ10. Corium CQ10, this is very popular in the market. I kind of love this is raw material. This one is safe, have this very high safety use, and this is very good benefit for the body. Corium CQ10 is a nutrient that occur naturally in the body. It is also many food we eat. Corium CQ10 acts as an antioxidant, which is protect cells from damage and play a vital part in the metabolism system. Then this is corium CQ10 can use it in the have this many benefits. This have can lower blood pressure, and this is can treat the heart failure and the auto heart condition. This is can helping to improve some symptoms and lessen future cardiac risks. Then this one make the second generation in Japan market they call QH. It is make the molecule of the Q10. It is smaller, easy to absorb, and make it is effective more than 8 times. Then this one is also the interesting active ingredients. The next one is omega-3. Omega-3 is an example that this is we use this the very simple one. It's very cheap product in the market, but it's very success. I think it is the most selling in the market product. It is the omega-3 or the fish oil. Fish oil come from the fatty oily fish like the trout, mackerel, tuna, herring, or the sardines and the salmon. This is contain most of the vitamin A and D, and this is have the DHA. This is good for brain and the retina. Then what this can do is good for my memory loss and depression that have the people have in nowadays. This is very straight with the working and with the life. Then many people got the depression. Then this one omega-3 can help. This is also can improve brain function in people with a memory problem such as Alzheimer's disease or cognitive impairment. Then this is very interesting product. This is already in red ocean in the market, but this is still the most selling product in the market. The next one is lutein. Lutein is carotenoid. It is this is directly for eye health in particular, and this is prevent age-related macular disease, which is the leading cause of the blindness and the vision impairment. Then this one have the other information that look interesting. Who consume the diet that have the low lutein and low zeaxanthin, it is maybe a higher risk for developing the cataracts. Then this is very important information for the people who wanted to diet. I think this is better than only diet that we have this very good food with the exercise. I think this is better. The next thing is beeberry. Beeberry is contain fiber, manganese, and vitamin C and K. Beeberry are the one of the best dietary source of the antioxidant. Beeberry are the especially good source of anthocyanin, a powerful of antioxidant, likely responsible for the health benefit. Then this is good for improved vision in the people with glaucoma and reduce eye fatigue and dryness. Then this one good for people who stay in the front of the display terminal all the day. The next one is collagen. Collagen is provide the structure to much of your body, including your bone, skin, tendons, and ligament. Then this one, this is very important to reduce osteoarthritis pain. And collagen is have many types, and this is many functions to use with the skin, with the nail, or with the bone, or with the cartilage. This one is like have this kind of a lot, and this same is the Rinchi product. This collagen is very famous for more than, I think, more than 30 years in the product of Thailand, 25 years, I can say 25 years. And this is product is still exists in the market. The next one is ginger. Ginger is low carbohydrate and low calorie, and this is like a spice in Thailand. It is also, if you catch the news, this is good for protect you from the COVID-19 also. And the ginger is contain potassium, iron, and fiber. It is good for reduce blood sugar level, how to regulate insulin response in the people with diabetes, and anti-inflammatory property too for the people who got the diabetes too. The next one is black ginger. Black ginger is the name is black garlic. In Thailand, we call Krachai Dam. We use this product for the male enhancement herbs. We call it natural Viagra, and this found mainly in the northern parts of Thailand. Health benefits is reduce sugar in the blood, reduce blood pressure, and this one they create a blood balance, and reduce pain in the body, in the back, and this is treat the headache, the fainting, and the fever. Yes, this is all the product in this, and actually it is up to the form in the capsules, in the soft gelatin, in the powder drink. But the most important thing is this, we can choose. This is all the product in the fresh food also. Then, as I said, we have to educate our body. As we can use this many ways. We can curious what happened into our body, or we can go to use a blood test in the laboratory for know which kind of active ingredients that good for our body, who is body. Then this is at the last, I want to all the people that stay healthy. Where healthy is the wealth. Then with this is the situation of the COVID-19, we have to be careful and take care of our health. Yeah, thank you for today. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Nakha Thawicharwat, for sharing a great information. And next, we would like to welcome Mr. Phakpoom Phirmmongkol to share about NCD snack journey. Please welcome Mr. Phakpoom Phirmmongkol.
Morning, everyone. สวัสดีครับ I am Phakpoom Phirmmongkol. You can call me Milo as my nickname. Today, I would like to invite you to join in my tiny journey of NCD snack. Yes, that's right. Snack for NCD. Maybe you have a question that snack is good for health, or also it's good for NCD people. Our perception snack is not good for health because like high fat, no fiber, only carbohydrate. But today I would like to invite you to see another size of snacks and why we take the snack to talk today for NCDs. Because I also like to eat snack for a between meal or when I hang out to enjoy with dinner with my friend. Okay, so I will show you the slide that I'm preparing for talking today. Let's go to the journey now. Next slide, please. Okay. When we talk about NCD, I would like to scope for the disease, 5 diseases of NCD. The first one is cardiovascular disease. The pink one, the red one, cardiovascular disease. The pink one is cancer. The blue one is type 2 diabetes. The orange one is obesity and lung disease in the green one. Today we will focus that the 4 circles, the red, pink, blue, and orange, because these 4 circles most relate to food and most relate to snack, which we will talk today. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this slide we will the perception. Hamburger, I think everyone know the hamburger, and you have been taken at least one time or many times in your life. Hamburger composition has a bread, like a carbohydrate, right? And a vegetable, fresh vegetable, cheese, and meat. But when we compose it together, the perception of hamburger is unhealthy. Why do that? Because I don't know why, but so we have to analyze it, take it off, and we will think about which one is good for health and how can we replace the unhealth or the unhealthy composition with the healthy composition to make snack to be good for our health. Next slide, please. Okay. My company, Research X, when we do about the healthy product or healthy service, we have the helix. We call the helix. The helix is the triple helix. First one, the green one, is a medical matter. That means this part we have to work with medical people, like a doctor, a nurse, okay, to find out what is the pain point of the medical matter. So we will bring the medical matter into the research and development to analyze, to extraction, to get the value or stuff that that's already proved that good for health based on medical research. After we get R&D, research and development item from the blue one, we will test or make the prototype at the yellow one, like a food processing, to trial and error to make the prototype of food product, functional food, healthy food. This is the triple helix of Research X. Next slide, please. Okay, I have to talk and to interview with NCDs, NCD patient, to observe and to join in the activity of NCDs patient, to learn about how they think, how they daily life, because NCDs come from non-communicable disease or lifestyle disease. That's why we have to learn and study about lifestyle of our target. After that, we get the data and we will extract from the data or medical matter to put into laboratory for research and development. To go on to next slide. Okay, this is a real meal record of NCDs patient. I am translate in English for everyone, from Thai to English for everyone. Previous slide I talked about we will extract the data, we will extract the data from the information like this, like a meal record of NCDs people. It has blood sugar level. In each lunch, this the picture is show the lunch time. Have a table of the figure of blood sugar level, food, composition of food in this meal, serving, carbohydrate calculation, and of course insulin intake for diabetes. Okay, so the bottom of the picture, you will see meal replacement. Meal replacement have when NCDs patient in this picture is a diabetes patient, because diabetes is the most NCDs who must beware about the food they take in everyday life. Meal replacement, they have to record every day, every meal, every meal replacement about when they take this meal or meal replacement, how about the blood sugar level. They have to check with the blood sugar level checker. NCD meal replacement, that's why this bottom become the journey today. Let me tell everyone, this is a snack time for NCDs patient. So that's why we have to create, because they have a snack time. They can have a snack time every meal, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They have a bottom line for record the snack. This is a that I would like to have share our discussion about how we can create the snack, the good snack for NCD people. So go to next slide, please. Okay, this slide I am conclude about how to create good snack for NCD. Actually, this is become healthy snack for that's good for everybody too. I mean, everybody that maybe no need to be NCDs, but you can take the snack that we create with the good composition, 3 low and 3 high. 3 low, low carbohydrate, because carbohydrate, if we consume carbohydrate but not, if we get carbohydrate in but not remove it out like exercise or the carbohydrate will turn to sugar. That means for NCDs, diabetes patient, the sugar level, blood sugar level will rising if they take more excess carbohydrate. The second should low means sugar, of course, because sugar is not good for health, like everybody know, right? Doctor always told us we should avoid sweet and salty food, because sweet has sugar but salty has sodium. Sodium is the kind of food we have to avoid or get it less, because to prevent high blood pressure. Sodium is the cause of high blood pressure. High sodium is cause of high blood pressure too. Okay, the 3 high, that means good for health. I would like to present fiber, calcium, vitamin and mineral. This is good additive to add it to the snack for NCDs and for healthy snack. Next slide, please. We will go to next slide. Okay. Today, I would like to share that how we create by adding too high for fiber, for calcium and vitamin and mineral in the snack to make snack become good for NCDs. Next slide, please. We'll go to next slide. Okay, this is me at the Chumphon province, the province at the southern of Thailand. Many old coconut or mature coconut become to make coconut milk and coconut jelly. We call this agro value creation. We bring the Thailand agricultural product, especially the imperfect or the unused one or the waste one, to become raw material, because in the business is the imperfect one. The perfect one is the perfect one will sell in department store or supermarket, but the imperfect one maybe farmer is just throw out or become fertilized. So we will pick it up. It's low cost because their sales is very cheap for this kind of raw material, and on the other hand, for sustainability. So that's why we call this agro value creation to create the low value agricultural product become the high value of product like a healthy snack. Next one. Next slide, please. In the first project, we bring high dietary fiber from nata de coco or coconut jelly. You can see nata de coco. I think many people can eat when we eat ice cream. Nata de coco jelly. Nata de coco has nanocellulose naturally from because we ferment it with useful bacteria, and we bring this fiber to add it in snack like nuggets and sausage. In next slide. Because meat is has no fiber, but we would like to add that fiber for NCD people. So we select the natural fiber and try to add it in the meat to become a healthy snack. Okay, next slide for. Okay, this slide is talk about the high nutrient for okra. Okra is a traditional veggie, and we export to Japan because this is a very popular veggie too. From the study, okra help to lower blood sugar, and its slime good for blood volume expander and to bind cholesterol and bile acids carrying toxins dumped into it by the liver or it can detox your liver. Moreover, okra is rich in nutrients like vitamin C, vitamin A, zinc. So many benefits of okra. We have idea to change it become a dipping for snack like a guacamole, maybe Mexican dipping, let's say guacamole made from avocado, but we try to make our dipping from okra in the next slide. Okay, you can dipping your chip or your nachos in the okra dipping. This is a high nutrient, high fiber is a benefit. Dipping for snack. Next slide, please. Okay, this one the freeze dye for vegetable like a palm or banana blossom. We would like to make alternative carb, the good carbohydrate, which contain protein and maybe mineral. So we will bring this carbohydrate to make snack. Next slide, please. We made like a powder. This powder can create like for the good carb or dough to make dessert or snack. In next slide. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. I would like to show you the snack market size. USA is the #1 in the world, 39 billion of market size. Thailand is 1.2 billion US dollar market size of snack, and Thailand is number 5 export USA exporter of USA snack. So we would like to be a part who can transform Thailand agricultural product in high value from fresh one to become fresh one low value become the snack and with high value or high margin in business. This is our working with Thailand agricultural product, R&D and medical method to make healthy snack and NCD snack and ketone snack, vegan snack. Okay, next one, next slide, please. Okay, this market intelligent that snack, many kind of snack, but snack bar category is the number 1 in USA. I think this because USA is the biggest snack consumer. So what happened in USA, I think it will be trend to every country in the world. USA consumer love now snack buys is the most sell in USA because consumer like it's healthy and convenient, and also you can see American eat snack bar for meal replacement and before and after exercise because it's convenient and healthy. This is a key. Next slide, please. Okay, key takeaway is a healthy and convenient, right? And this is the survey that why American increasing to buy snack bar. First is a healthy option. Like I said previous slide, that healthy option is a first selection. Another one is convenient, eating to go and time saving. Okay, healthy, key takeaways, healthy and convenient. Next slide, please. Okay, snack time for American. Yeah, afternoon snack. See, like if you remember the NCD record at the slide in the early slide I show you, afternoon snack is the snack time, not in USA but in Thailand, or I think maybe like a lifestyle people to eat snack in afternoon time. And morning snack because we have to go to work, so it's convenient to take your snack 1 bar and eat it in your car or in the public transportation. Next slide, please. Okay. The following attributes are the important. Choose the important point of the healthy snack for American, and I think for snacker or snack people in other area of the world is a protein, because protein is a nutrient that it's quite hard to find, hard to get in our daily life. So protein is nutrient, the topmost nutrient to select the snack. Another one is sugar amount. This is health concern. Protein is we have to add that, but sugar we have to lower. We have to cut off. Okay, and source of protein. It is the consumer concern too. Maybe from milk, from nuts. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. From my experience to work with doctor, patient, and the cousin or relative of patient, and I would like to tell everyone to share that from my experience, NCD people is in fact the fact is NCD people is just a people like you and me. We love delicious food, yummy food. If the food excellent in function, but not yummy or not delicious, I believe that not only you and me, NCDs people not select it too. So we have to focus to compromising to match function and tasty. I think this is key to success to make snack or healthy food. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phakpoom Phirmongkol, for sharing the information. Now we will have a break for 5 minutes before we go for the country report. Welcome back for the next session. We will come to the country report session start from Indonesia. We have Professor Dr. Nina Atanti, Researcher, Research Center for Chemistry, Indonesian Institute of Science, Indonesia, with the topic of development of functional ingredients for NCD from Indonesia, natural resources. Please welcome Professor Dr. Nina Atanti.
Thank you very much. I will start sharing. Okay. So you can see my share screen. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker. I thank you for the organizer for inviting me as one of the country report speaker in this session. So my name is Nina, and I am from Research Center for Chemistry. And we just have a reorganization in our country that now we are all the research institute is under National Research and Innovation Agency, or we, as the short or Indonesian name is BRIN, Badan Research and Innovation Nasional. So I will start my presentation. So Indonesia is a country that large in land and as well as sea and many islands, and the population of 276 million people. And the non-communicable disease is or chronic disease, a disease of long duration and generally slow progression. The four main types of non-communicable disease are cardiovascular disease like heart attack and stroke, cancer, chronic respiratory disease such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and asthma, and also diabetes. Non-communicable disease, according to WHO, kill 41 million people each year, equivalent to 71% of all deaths globally. And also 15 million people die for NCD are under the around the age of 30 to 69 years. 85% these premature deaths occur in low and middle income countries, including the ASEAN countries. And 77% of all NCDs deaths are in low and middle countries. 70 million people annually followed by NCDs death. Cardiovascular is the highest, and then followed by cancer and respiratory disease. These four groups account 80% of all premature NCDs death. And tobacco use, physical activity, the harmful of alcohol and unhealthy diet increase the risk of dying from NCD. Detection and screen and treatment of NCD as well as palliative care are key components of the response to NCD. So in Indonesia, people with non-communicable diseases are a group of diseases have potentially become comorbidities, so they will be very vulnerable in infected with COVID-19 because this pandemic. This is included in the NCD include hypertension, diabetes mellitus, heart disease, kidney failure, stroke, and cancer. So the main result of basic health research in Indonesia in 2018 show there is an increase in the prevalence of hypertension from 25.8% to 34.1%, stroke from 7 to 10.9%, diabetes from 6.9 to 8.5%, chronic kidney disease from 2 to 8.9%, 3.8%, and cancer rose from 1.4 to 1.8%. So it is important to develop the functional ingredient that can utilize even as well as to maintain health and well-being of the people with NCDs. Here we report that some of our activities, such as search for antioxidant, alpha-glucosidase inhibitors, and also anti-cancer from extract as traditional or herbal medicine or functional based for development of ingredients for NCDs. So according to the National Agency of Drug and Food, Indonesian National Drug Agency of Drug and the natural product or herbal medicine was classified as jamu, standardized herbs, and phytopharmaca. The jamu is based on empirical based herbal medicine. So it's the one that the people already use from our ancestor. We have this recipe, and the standardizer have to be prove efficacy and safety by at least a preclinical trial using the animal model, and also have to be the component should be standardized, and to make it will be following the we call it CPOTB, or how to make the good practice of production of traditional medicine, herbal medicine. And the phytopharmaca is we expect to be like same as the chemical drugs that have to be already proven by clinical based herbal medicine. So in Indonesia have about 30,000 species biodiversity. Then we, according to National Agency of Drug and Food, National Agency of Drug and Food Administration, we have many registered jamu products. It's about 9,600, and standardized herbal, but only standardized herbal medicines only 62, and even the very low for the phytopharmaca is only 24 products. So we have to conduct it more research so we can have more approved clinically based herbal medicine. For functional food, the internet there is many definition, but actually there is some definition of the functional food as food that have provided health benefits beyond basic substance. And according to Indonesian Food and Drug, define the functional food as food that naturally or through process containing one or more compound based on scientific studies considered to certain physical function and beneficial to health. But however, in Indonesia, if you claim the health benefits, so you have to also to be proven by clinical studies. And we that functional food is consumed as food and beverage, having sensory characteristic of appearance, color, texture, and taste acceptable to consumer. So like our previous speaker, they said that if it's just good in function but not taste good, but people won't eat it. So functional food also do not have contain the indicate and provide no adverse effect on the amount recommended use of other nutrients. So here I try to share our experience. Cinchonalis extract. With cinchona itself is actually not an Indonesian endemic plant because it's come from South America when under Dutch colony, but it have a plantation in Indonesia like other plantation plant, and we more know this plant is for the anti-malarial that's contained the alkaloid of quinine, quinidine, and cinchonin. But we also try to find whether this plant is also have other activities. Since it's already like available as a plantation, it will be easy if we want to develop it in a commercial base, because it's already and then could be collected easily. There is two types of cinchona. It's a Cinchona legeriana and Cinchona cerebra. We got it VT Cinchona Indonesia Lestari. It's currently they use the bark of cinchona to extract the quinine and quinidine, also cinchonin. So we found that we conducted the in vitro studies for a short this time for anti-diabetes with alpha-glucosidase inhibitor and antioxidant activity with DPP8 free radicals scavenging activity, and the cytotoxicity is the cell-based with the MCF7 or the T47D cancer cell line. And we found that the ethanol extract of the Cinchona legeriana have a very high at 100 microgram per mil concentration, have a very high anti-diabetic activity compared to the other Cinchona alkaloids that known have the anti-malarial activity, and also the Cinchona cerebra. And also for the antioxidant, it's also high in Cinchona legeriana, whereas the quinine and quinidine are very low, and there is no activity of cinchonin. And for the cytotoxicity, the quinine, quinidine, and cinchonin, the alkaloid, is show toxicity, and also the Cinchona legeriana, but not the Cinchona cerebra. So we found that these two species of Cinchona have different activities. So they might contain some things that others than the quinine and quinidine. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you this. In the leaves of the extract, we don't use the bark at this time. And from the LCMS analysis, the extract from Cinchona legeriana and Cinchona actually give the completely different pattern. And because the active one is the Cinchona legeriana, we try to find we identified the compounds with molecular weight of 312. So we try to find from the database that this three compound that could be the one that present in that extract. So if we want to continue that, we probably isolate this and more identification using NMR, and we try to do the LCMS first, and then we try to purify the extract, and we probably could find the active ingredients that potential for, it looks like it's have an antioxidant, anti-cancer, and anti-diabetic activity as alpha-glucosidase inhibitor. And we also work with mistletoe. Mistletoe is the ones that the plant that suggests as a parasite for the commercial plant, especially for the production of fruits or tree or tea, the real tea, the camellia, but from our traditional use, we know that mistletoe is also have used in the traditional medicines. And the others is Selaginella species, is cakar ayam. We also found that it's one of Indonesian medicinal plants. And like a few years ago, we have the project about developing a functional food. So we already have some studies using the ethanol extract and also purified it. And we found that especially the dendrophotopin Retandra, people sometimes just say mistletoe or Indonesian name is benalu, but actually there is many species of benalu. So there is a scurula, there is a dendrocto, and there is a macrosolan, and it's already sold that some is called benalu teh or tea mistletoe. That's usually from the tea plantation. That's they got that mistletoe. But the problem is sometimes could be any of the tree species or other species. So we just want to see how is the activity, and we try because it's we try to make a functional beverage. So we just make a tea, and then from the mistletoe, and then also from the selaginella. Selaginella, I forgot to translate this one. Cakar ayam is the selaginella, and mistletoe is the benalu. And we also done the try to analyze the activity of this herbal tea infusion. But actually, we make the infusion first, and then we extract it with ethyl acetate to see that's whether the amount that we drink is actually have activity or not, show activity or not. So we also run some TLC and see that there is an activity of the antioxidant by spraying with the DPPH, and we also use the ethyl acetate fraction to test for the anti-diabetes, and we saw also the activity, and we also use that ethyl acetate fraction of the water extract, water infusion tea is for the cytotoxic. So we know that's the amount that we drink actually, at least for the in vitro testing, is show the activity of the antioxidant, anti-diabetes, and cytotoxic and anti-cancer. So it will be a trial, good for the NCDs, and then if it's like formalized at the beverage. And we also see when we do the wavelength scan, it's different when it's mixed single or the mixture. And so we can see that's the actually the active compound in those those extract is different. And Indonesia is a maritime country that we have lots of seaweeds, and we actually third exporter of the seaweed. But we should also not just sold them as a raw material at this time. We try also to develop the product, maybe the functional drink or functional food. And one of our research is in the seed of seaweed Caulerpa lentinifera. Then we found that the extract have the alpha, and we isolated that containing beta-glucan, like before. That's find the first speaker, I think, told us that find beta-glucan from the mushroom, and this is from the seaweed. And they show the anti-diabetes as alpha-glucosidase inhibitor. And we also, because last year we got also the project to develop functional fruit or drink from microalgae. So we tried to mix them together with the seaweed, and we tested for the immunomodulator activity. And we found that the lowest is in the fraction 5 and fraction 8, and 4, 5, and 8. That's potential for us as immunomodulator. So now we are developing these ingredients to make crackers, and hope, like the second speaker, hopefully this could be the good snack for the NCDs. And we also familiar with the tempeh. It's a fermented soybean that we usually eat. And at this time, we try to make an overripe tempeh, and we extract for the oil. And the oil show the more we ferment it, the more longer, because the usual fermentation time is only 48 hours. It's a high increase in the antioxidant activity. But of course, I don't think we will eat the overripe tempeh, but the tempeh oil itself probably could be added as a active ingredient to other functional food or other formulation to increase the antioxidant activity that will be good for the NCDs people. And we also making the fermented beverage is a kombucha fermented from broccoli and also from spinach. And we try to, it all have antioxidant activity, but when we use, filtration to make the concentration of the antioxidant. So we feed the kombucha and see the rented type is the one that before the filtration and then the ultrafiltration process to increase the antioxidant activity, the fraction with the high antioxidant activity. And so we found that the broccoli is the good, have good antioxidant activity when it's already concentrated with filtration in the permeate, so the one that passed through the filter. So for the development of concentrated antioxidant, we can use the ultrafiltration method for this functional beverage. So as we all know that the fermentation is also good for immunomodulator. So currently we are in the project to make the kombucha from the guava, and also we make the what we call it, so from the ginger and also lemon. That's hopefully will be a good candidate for the immunomodulator that we, and also is already formed as a functional food that will be good, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic, to be consumed by the NCDs. This is some of our research that we share, that hopefully this could be commercialized and then can be used for the treatment or the maintaining of the NCDs. Thank you very much. This is the group that we work with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Nina Athanti, for the informative report. We go to the next report from Malaysia. We have Dr. Matslan Kaslan, Principal Research Officer, Food Designing, Processing and Packaging Program, Food Science and Technology Research Center, Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute, MARDI, Malaysia, with the topic of scenario of NCD and functional food research in Malaysia. Please welcome Dr. Matslan Kaslan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to present the scenario of NCD and functional food in Malaysia. And okay, first of all, I would thank the organizer for inviting me to this presentation in this ASEAN Symposium on development of functional ingredients for non-communicable diseases. And today I'm going to present the scenario of NCDs and functional food research in Malaysia. And I'm Mazlan Kasran from Malaysian Agriculture Research and Development Institute, or MARDI. The bit of the scenario of NCD in Malaysia, the data from 2016, we found that the NCDs are estimated to account for 74% of all deaths, where cardiovascular diseases are the leading causes of death with 35%, followed by cancer 16%, chronic respiratory diseases 4%, diabetes 3%, and other NCDs 16%. According to the National Health and Mobility Survey 2019, high blood sugar, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol are the major risk factors for cardiac diseases, where 1.7 million people in Malaysia currently live with three major risk factors, and 3.4 million people in Malaysia currently live with two major risk factors. This table shows the overall raised blood glucose, the prevalence of overall raised blood glucose, overall raised blood pressure, and overall raised blood cholesterol. And it was shown that the prevalence of raised blood glucose increased every year, and increased from 11.2% in 2011, and it went up to 13.4%, and further increased in 18.3% in 2019. The prevalence of raised blood pressure was found to be 30% in 2019, and the trend of blood pressure shows a plateau compared to findings in 2011 of 32.6% and 2015 to 30.3%. And the prevalence of overall raised blood cholesterol was found to be 38.1% in 2019, and this is a reduction compared to 47.7% reported in 2015, but however is still higher compared to 2011 with 35.1%. The survey also found that 1 in 5 adults in Malaysia have diabetes, where 3.9 million people aged 18 years and above have diabetes, and the prevalence of raised blood glucose increases with age, where a group of 60 years and 86 years and above have high prevalence compared to other age groups. And the survey also found that 3 in 10 or 6.4 million people in Malaysia have hypertension, and hypertension also increases with age. And among those below 30 years of age, hypertension occurs 3 times in males than in females. And also, so we found that 4 in 10 Malaysian people have raised blood cholesterol, and why the females have higher raised total cholesterol, which is 55% compared to males, 32%. And 1 in 4 people who are unaware that they have cholesterol. So in order to reduce the burden of non-communicable diseases, a national study plan for non-communicable diseases was established, and national study plan for non-communicable diseases for 2016 to 2025 actually is a continuation of the previous study plan from 2010 to 2014. And the main focus of the strategy plan is the three types of NCDs, which are cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and cancer, and on 4 shared NCD factors such as tobacco use, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, and harmful use of alcohol. There are 5 main objectives based on the Global Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of NCD 2013-2020. And one of the objectives is to promote and support national capacity for high-quality research and development for the prevention and control of NCDs. So MARDI is actually also involved in the research of functional foods. And in MARDI, actually the functional food research started in 1980s with health food, and then followed by functional ingredients and food safety, efficacy, bioavailability studies for functional foods and ingredients application of non-translucent processing technologies, and packaging of functional food products. And focus mainly on the tropical foods like soursop, calamansi, mango, pink guava, pineapple, and so on. And herbs like Ficus deltoida, Autosiphon staminis, sour pepper, Phyllanthus nieruli, Genera procumbens, Moringa oleifera, neem, and Garcinia atrabilis. Vegetables like cabbage, amaranth, mushroom, and fish like tilapia and catfish, and other commodities like brown rice, sweet potato, seaweed, coconut, solan chiro, sweet corn, roselle, green tea, mangrove, and breadfruit. So one of the products developed the products with antihypertension properties. This is the antihypertensive germinated brown rice rich in gamma aminobutyric acid or GABA. Gamma actually is a non-protein amino acid with numerous physiological function. And the germinated brown rice was produced from our local rice. And to study the effect of blood pressure, reduced blood pressure, the study was done on SHR rats or spontaneously hypertensive rats. And the rest was divided into 7 groups: the control group, the hypertension group, the carvedilol group, which is drugs to reduce blood pressure, and a different concentration of germinated brown rice, and also a combination of germinated brown rice and carvedilol. And from the result, it was found that at 20 milligram and 50 milligram germinated brown rice, the systolic blood pressure reduced to the normal pressure, which is equivalent to the carvedilol, which is the commercial drug of blood pressure to reduce carvedilol to reduce blood pressure. Another product is, or ingredient is antioxidant and antihypertensive protein hydrolysates from aquaculture fish. And the protein hydrolysates are produced from black tilapia through enzymatic hydrolysis. So in order to study the effect of protein hydrolysates in reducing the systolic blood pressure, study also was done with SSR rats, where the rats were divided into 7 groups: the control groups, the hypertensive groups, the carvedilol groups, and different concentration of protein hydrolysis, as well as combination of protein hydrolysis and carvedilol. So the results found that after 4 weeks of treatment, the systolic blood pressure reduced to the normal pressure after treatment with protein hydrolysis, which shows that this hydrolysis also has the similar properties as carvedilol in reducing blood pressure. The next product is a product with anti-hypercholesterolemic properties. This smoothie. This smoothie was produced from a high anthocyanin and high dietary fiber from tubers and vegetables, and this is in the form of a smoothie premix and in the form of sachet and in fact in a box. So to study the effect of smoothie as anti-cholesterol, the study was carried out with spec dolly rats, and the rats were divided into 4 groups. The control groups, the negative control, which is hypercholesterolemic group, the positive control, hypocholesteremic group, and simvastatin, which is a drug to reduce the cholesterol level, and also the treatment group, which is a hypocholesterolemic group and smoothie premix at 1.7 gram per kilogram body weight. And from after 28 days of treatment, the lipid profile, the cholesterol, triglyceride, HDL, and LDL cholesterol were analyzed, and from result was found that the smoothie premix reduced cholesterol level comparable to simvastatin. Another product is a fermented cherry tingan or the Vicentis deposit beverage. Cherry tingan was used to produce fermented beverage with one strain of kombucha, containing kombucha strains. The consortium of kombucha strains includes beneficial microorganisms, constitutes yeast, and group of acid bacteria. And the animal studies shows that fermented cherry tingan beverage reduce total blood cholesterol and LDL cholesterol, which is comparable to simvastatin. Another product is a fermented quinine or Mangifera odorata beverage, and the fermentation of use is one of the approach to diversify the use of quinine. The fermentation was using a symbiotic culture bacteria from kombucha strains from RT. And the result shows that the total cholesterol was reduced by 64.63%, and LDL cholesterol also reduced to 60.7%, which is also comparable to simvastatin. Another product is seaweed ingredients from Carboficus alvarius powder, and the processed seaweed powder consisted of 80% total dietary fiber, where 65% is soluble dietary fiber and 50% is insoluble dietary fiber. And from the animal study, found that the consumption of seaweed powder resulted in decrease of 43 to 50% the cholesterol, 5 to 45% the triglyceride, and 74 to 79% LDL cholesterol in rats. The other product is a new nutraceutical food composite food series. It's developed from combination of fruits that's rich in dietary fiber and antioxidant, and it contains high dietary fiber, which is about 10 grams per 100 grams, and also high in antioxidant activity. So the consumption of this composite cereal breakfast resulted in reduction of cholesterol, 33%, and increase of bile acid, 47% in urine and 21% in feces. Another product is instant veggie cereal, which is specifically formulated for the elderly. And it contains high dietary fiber, which is 12.191 gram per 100 gram. And this instant veggie cereal also scientifically proven to decrease cholesterol level in fat with high cholesterol diet. Another product is product with anti-diabetic properties. To study the effect of fermented cherry Terengganu beverage on insulin secreting activity, the rat's effective cell line was used, and from the results, we found that the fermented cherry Terengganu exhibited a stepwise increment of insulin secretion up to 1,000 microgram per ml, and highest insulin secretion was observed at concentration of 1,000 microgram per ml. And this very fermented cherry Terengganu may ameliorate systemic insulin resistance and may potentially be beneficial for type 2 diabetes matters related to insulin resistance. The study of effect of fermented quinoa also being done to see the insulin secreting activity using rat faculty cells, and the result also showed that the fermented quinoa has the ability to increase insulin secretion compared to control, and also it may ameliorate system insulin resistant and may be potentially beneficial for type 2 diabetes mellitus related to insulin resistance. The next product is a product for weight management. Simplins, fermented rich flavor, ready to drink from the products developed from papaya, jackfruit, mango, and it uses symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, and used as inoculum in the submerged fermentation process. And after 2 months of treatment with fermented fruit extract of high-fat diet-induced obese mice, resulted in a remarkable body weight loss of 18.5 to 23.4%, significantly higher than the commercial anti-obesity drug, which is oral stat, which is 11.3%. Another product is terong asam or solanum peroxide management, and which is rich in hydrocinamic acids and other metabolites like citric acid, protein, quercetin, acid glucoside, and preclinical study carried on spike dolly rats over 9 weeks and showed that it exhibited anti-obesity compared to high-fat diet control. And it also slowed down the weight increment in the mouse by as much as 39%, comparable to all studies. And actually, this is some of the research product that we developed to tackle the problem NCD in Malaysia. And actually, there are other products, but we because of short of time, maybe I just stop here. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maslan Kaslan, for the report. And next, we will go to the report from Philippines. We have Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa, Director and Scientist, Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Philippines, with the topic of Philippine non-communicable diseases status. Please welcome Dr. Imelda Angeles Agdepa.
Participants in this platform forum, a pleasant morning. So I'm presenting Philippines non-communicable diseases status and initiatives on functional food development. So I am Imelda Angeles Agdepa, the Director and Scientist 2 of the Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research Institute in the Philippines. So allow me to present my piece by following this presentation track. First, I'd like to discuss with you in brief what the DOST FNRI, that's my institute, what is FNRI doing and what are the mandates, and present to you the problem on non-communicable diseases and the significant findings of the Philippine National Nutrition Survey. And then I will move on the cause of non-communicable diseases, what we can do together, and then do some sort of the solutions. So this is the facade of our institute here in the Philippines. So we are mandated to define the nutritional status of our population, particularly to the addressing to the malnutrition problems, causes, and its effects. And after defining the nutritional status of the Philippines, we do some sort of policy recommendations or policy options, or develop strategies or models, programs and projects for the implementation by appropriate agencies like the Department of Health, Department of Social Welfare and Development, and all other implementing agencies. So we diffuse knowledge and technologies in food and nutrition and provide science and technology services to relevant stakeholders. So relevant stakeholders refers again to all the implementing agencies like the Department of Agriculture also. So our mission is to provide accurate data, correct information, innovative technologies to fight malnutrition. And what is the problem? So I will discuss to you the current health and wellness status, both global and local. So these are the set of the 9 voluntary global NCD targets for 2025. So first is to reduce premature mortality by 25% and do some sort of essential NCD medicines and technologies by 80% coverage, and then drug therapy and counseling by 50% coverage. Now we have actually the reduction in the non-communicable diseases. That is actually diabetes and obesity, 0% increase, and raised blood pressure, 25% reduction, tobacco use, 30% reduction, salt sodium intake by 30% reduction, and physical inactivity by 10% reduction, as well as harmful use of alcohol by 10% reduction. So the global non-communicable disease profile way back in 2018, so you can see that it remains really alarmingly high. In 2016, NCD were responsible for 41 million of the world's 57 million deaths, so that's actually 71%. And the level of alcohol consumption worldwide in 2016, but you can see the source is in the 2018. That's actually the release of the publication. So the level of alcohol consumption worldwide in 2016 was estimated at 6.4 liters of pure alcohol per person aged 15 years and over. And in the same year, over a quarter of adults, about 28%, aged 18 years and over, were not meeting the WHO recommendations for physical activity and have not decreased in the past 15 years. Globally, women are less active. And the global prevalence of tobacco smoking decreased from 57% in year 2000 to 20% in 2016. Now, globally, 1 in 4 men and 1 in 5 women, that's about 22% of adults aged 16 years and over had raised blood pressure in 2015. And the prevalence of raised blood glucose worldwide was estimated to be 9% in 2014. And in the same year, in 2016, there were about 650 million obese adults aged 18 years and over, a global prevalence of about 13% worldwide. And the prevalence of obesity has almost tripled since 1975. So the NCDs in the Philippines. So you can see that the 2016 population is about 103,300,000, and the total deaths was about 663,000. So the proportion of mortality in 2016, you can see that the non-communicable diseases are estimated to account for 67% of our total deaths. So this accounted for 35% for cardiovascular diseases. This is so high, followed by the communicable, maternal, perinatal, and nutritional conditions of 25%. Then we have other non-communicable diseases of 12%, and the cancer is about 10%. Chronic respiratory disease, 6%, injury, 7%, and diabetes, 4%. In this other graph, you can see the risk of premature death in 2016. So we have a probability of premature deaths of about 27% in all age groups or all the population. And if we disaggregate our data to male and female, about 33% males had the risk of premature death, and this is higher compared to females. In our 2018-2019 National Nutrition Survey collected by our institute, we revealed that about 25.9% of our population are current drinkers. And we revealed that if we disaggregate our data by sex, about 45.1% were males and 11.2% female adults were current drinkers. And among our adolescent population, 8.7% were males and 3.4% were female adolescents who are currently drinkers at time of survey. And among our 20 years old and above, we have about 20.3% are current adult smokers, and about 39.7% of them were males, and 5.3% of this population were females. Among adolescents, so we have 6.7% male adolescents, while only 0.7% adolescent females who were current adult smokers. So the exposure to secondhand smoke. So almost 4 in 10, about 39.7% adults reported being exposed to secondhand smoke inside their homes, and a significant 68.9% were exposed to secondhand smoke outside their homes at least once a week, and about 44% of adolescents aged 10 to 19 years old were exposed to secondhand smoke inside their homes at least once a week. And about 61.6% of adolescents reported being exposed to secondhand smoke outside their homes at least once a week. And physical inactivity. You can see that about one of the leading risk factors for NCDs is physical inactivity. And the highest inactive population group in the Philippines is the adolescent females, which is about 82.9%, followed by the adolescent men, that's actually 73.2%. And for adults, about 40.5% adults are inactive, And if we try to disaggregate our data, adult women has a higher percentage of physical inactivity, which is 45.7% as compared to men, which is about 33.7%. So for the metabolic risk factors, you can see that most of these are actually also in the global risk factors, high fasting blood sugar, high total cholesterol, high to very high triglycerides, elevated blood pressure, as well as overweight and obesity. And now through the years, if you can see, the overweight and obesity prevalence is increasing from 1993 to 2019. So in 1993, our prevalence is only 16.6, and it went up by 20% percentage point in 2018-2019, having a prevalence of about 36.6%. The same holds true with our high fasting blood sugar among adults 20 years old and over. From 1998 to 2019, we just started 3.9%, and then it went up to 8.1% in 2018 and 2019. And if this is a high fasting blood glucose more than or equal to 126 milligram per deciliter. However, if we will have our data on impaired fasting blood sugar, that's between the range of 110 to 125 milligrams per deciliter, there's also an increasing trend. And the elevated blood pressure level, you can see that there is a declining trend. However, this is still a cause of alarm because this is only the blood pressure level at one point in time during the time of survey. And high total cholesterol is also increasing among our population groups, 20 years old and over. So the high cholesterol, that's actually the blue line, from 4% in 1998 to about 18.6 in 2013. However, those high triglycerides, very high. You can see that about 9.4 in 2003, and it went up to 20.5 in 2013. With regards to the direct cause of NCDs in the Philippines, the WHO and the UNDP developed and reported the NCD economic burden model, which provide estimates of the current direct and indirect cost of non-communicable diseases in the Philippines. Now, the direct cost estimates only includes government healthcare expenditures amounting to about 253 billion, wherein 30% of this, or equal to about 75 billion, is attributed to NCDs. And you can see here that this is actually the government spending for cardiovascular diseases, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, endocrine metabolic diseases, and other expenditures of about 177.35 billion. So you can see the expenditure for cardiovascular diseases, it's very high. It's about 33.9 billion. And the indirect cost of NCDs, cost of premature death, you can see in billion pesos. For cardiovascular deaths, we have 341.6 billion, and followed by 175.5 billion for cancer and diabetes and respiratory disease. Now, the structure of the NCD burden, that's about in the Philippines in 2017, amounting to about 756.5 billion. You can say that the losses for premature death is about 565.4 billion. And the cost for presenteeism, that's actually the red bar or the pie, is about 92.2, 8.5 for absenteeism, and for government healthcare expenditure, about 75.7 billion. And if we like to cost our policy and clinical interventions for 15 years, you can see that the package for the cardiovascular disease and diabetes clinical intervention package for 15 years, it amounts to about 530 704.8 billion. Now, the WHO UNDP report on the prevention and control of NCD in the Philippines also calculates policy intervention costs and clinical intervention costs using WHO costing tool. And WHO reported that cardiovascular disease and diabetes clinical intervention costs produce the largest estimates of about 70.7 billion for 5 years period, while physical activity awareness and salt reduction intervention package have the lowest estimates of about 1 billion and 1.3 billion respectively. If you see it in the past for the 5-year period, this one total for 5 years. Now, the estimated health benefits over 15 years. Now, all interventions significantly reduce the number of lives lost. And salt reduction intervention have the greatest impact, followed by tobacco intervention. And economic benefits or labor productivity gains from the primary prevention intervention packages due to amounts to 444.6 billion. This one, no? So reduced mortality provides the greatest positive impact on productivity, followed by reduced presenteeism, and lastly by reduced absenteeism. Now, comparing the costs and benefits of each package intervention that all the NCDs prevention intervention included in the analysis have positive returns on investment over 15 years period. Salt reduction have the highest ROI or return of investment, followed by physical activity awareness package. Least positive return of investment is a clinical intervention of cardiovascular diseases. So the steps in September 2011 at the United Nations General Assembly in New York, a political declaration was made to strengthen global and national responses to prevent and control non-communicable diseases. As part of the declaration, WHO was given a leadership role and subsequently established the WHO Global Action Plan for the prevention and control of NCDs 2013 to 2020, and it was adopted by the World Health Assembly in 2013. So I have mentioned this already a while ago. And to actualize these, these are some steps to strengthen NCD prevention and control in the Philippines. So we like to raise awareness on the true cost of NCDs and the enormous development benefits of investing in the 5 intervention packages, and adopt a comprehensive set of salt reduction policies, regulations, and interventions. Promote physical activity through national level mass public awareness campaigns, and increase leadership to ensure that health is central in urban planning. Strengthen tobacco control measures and enforcement. Develop a comprehensive approach to syntax, and strengthen national coordination and planning for preventing and controlling non-communicable diseases. Now, we have policies on non-communicable diseases, and these are the laws. That's actually the Republic Act 10532 or the Philippine National Health Research System Act of 2013, and also the Unified Health Research Agenda on functional foods. These are actually what we call some basis of our researches here at FNRI. And what we can do together is with our data, let us use to build dialogues, partnership actions, and accountability needed to prevent, if not end, non-communicable diseases. Let us all become advocates of proper nutrition and wellness. We have to support our existing laws and do actions, as well as expand our efforts as one in the region to solve non-communicable diseases. With this, I'd like to stop and say thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Imelda Angeles Aktepa, for the report. And the last report in this morning session is also from Philippines. We have Miss Trinidad II T. Arcangel, Senior Science Research Specialist, Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Philippines, with the topic of functional food and functional ingredients development initiative and status, Philippines report. Please welcome Ms. Trinidad II T. Arcangel.
A pleasant day to everyone. I will be presenting functional food and functional food ingredients development, initiatives, and status in the Philippines. I am Trinidad II T. Arcangel, Senior Science Research Specialist of the Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Department of Science and Technology. So for today's presentation, I will be following this outline. Harmonized National R&D Agenda, functional foods, priority foods, issues, and proposed actions, the DOST Functional Food Program, the DOST FNRI studies on functional foods, and research area initiatives, ways forward, and opportunities. So the previous report has provided us with information on NCD status in the Philippines, and different programs, policies, and interventions must be in place in order to address these problems, like decreasing the mortality rates caused by NCDs. So this figure shows us the Philippines' Harmonized National R&D Agenda for 2017 to 2022, which articulates the national priorities and will serve as guide for public investment in R&D towards socio-economic growth and a better life for Filipinos. So, under the health technology development is functional foods. So the research studies on functional food is also included in the National Unified Health Research Agenda, which was already mentioned in the previous presentation. This NURA provides evidence-based solution to pressing health problems like NCDs, and it serves as basis for maximizing resource utilization and minimizing duplication of research efforts. So functional food is defined as food or food product components that provide health benefits beyond basic nutrient function. And according to the Technical Working Group on Functional Foods, these are foods containing one or more nutrients to maintain and enhance health and may prevent risk for certain diseases or disorders beyond basic nutritional function. This includes dietary and health supplements and fortified foods nutrition. So the National Unified Health Research Agenda identified priority foods and specific topics. This includes local fruits, local vegetables, root crops, sugars and starchy foods, pigmented rice, local berries, herbs and spices, nuts, seaweeds, and edible mushroom. And specific topics encompasses characterization, safety assessment, establishment of health benefits, and product development. So the lack of policies is one of the issues on functional food development. So the lack of policies and guidelines on safety and health claims of functional foods are supported by clinical and biological or in vitro studies. There is a need to develop specific regulation in producing more functional foods with valid and competitive health claims. So another issues on functional food research is the knowledge gap on its health benefits, meaning to say that there is a need to increase awareness and knowledge on the benefits of functional foods that would promote its consumption and increase its market demand. Another issue is the lack of partnership on functional food research among stakeholders. So these examples of these stakeholders are the government, the academe, and the industry. So there is a need for collaborative research efforts, and this must be encouraged. Partnerships can create new opportunities for technological learning. It can provide access to facilities and specialized skills and optimize the share of cost for long-term research. So another issue is the underutilized research findings, wherein data aren't maximized, which can be used for functional food R&D. So this may due to the lack of dissemination of research finding, lack of evaluation of scientific merit of studies, and possible application and use of different food commodities as functional food products. And lastly, there is a lot of innovation utilizing local sources of functional foods for food product development. So even though the Philippines has rich sources of raw materials for functional food development, it faces certain problems on cost of technology and high value for food processing. Also, functional food development require research efforts to promote scientific evidences for health claims. So these are the proposed action to strengthen the functional food R&D. We have the conduct of regular meeting for updates and coordinate with various stakeholders, development of compendium of studies on functional foods, and call for proposals to invite other stakeholders, and close monitoring of programs and projects or studies related to functional foods. So in order for these proposed actions to take place, there is a need to implement the Department of Science and Technology Functional Foods Program. So the Department of Science and Technology, through one of its sectoral council, which is the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, is tasked to lead the functional food R&D in the country. Also, through the different Science for Change programs of the department, we create a link among those stakeholders, such as the academe, the R&D institution, and the industry, wherein we encourage collaborations and partnerships as means to strengthen the functional food program. So the program objectives include characterization of functional foods, evaluation of its safety, establishment of health benefits, development of functional food products, transfer and commercialization, and policy papers and statements on functional food. So this slide shows us the framework on functional food development developed by the Technical Working Group of Functional Foods. So this will serve as a guide to fill in the identified gaps on functional food research and provides harmonized process in the implementation of the program. So upon identification of the priority commodities, it is then subjected for characterization studies wherein safety assays and biological assays are being done. So after characterization, this will undergo in vitro or in vivo assays for the establishment of health benefits. If such food commodity will be used for food product development, the final product will then be subjected to the establishment of health benefits through in vivo and in vitro studies. So that is to assess the effect of processing in the functional properties of the final product. So this will check if the functional properties are still intact after undergoing such processes. So the functional food ingredient and the functional foods developed are then recommended for pilot testing to determine its feasibility for commercialization, and the results of the study can be translated to policy statements and recommendations. So as mentioned earlier, the FNRI is mandated to develop and recommend policy, options, strategies, programs, and projects with its mission to provide accurate data, correct information, innovative technologies to fight malnutrition. So in response to this call, the Institute conducted different studies on functional foods adhering to the functional food framework. So this study included the phytochemicals and antioxidant activity of pigmented rice, fruits, and vegetables in the Philippines, where results showed that these commodities contain high amount of phytochemicals and antioxidants that may help in the prevention of risk of some non-communicable diseases. Another study is the dietary fiber from coconut flour as a functional food, wherein studies had showed that the dietary fiber can be fermentable to butyric acid, acetic acid, and propionic acid. These short-chain fatty acids provide wide range of health benefits in the gastrointestinal tract for overall gut health. So another study is the mineral availability and dietary fiber characteristics of Moringa oleifera or the malunggay. So results showed that powdered malunggay has a dietary fiber and it produces propionic short-chain fatty acids when it is fermented. Another study is the dietary fiber characteristics and mineral availability of treated and non-treated brown rice, wherein results showed that it has higher dietary fiber content than the regular milled rice. And this dietary fiber are fermentable and produces propionic short-chain fatty acid. Okay. Now let's go to the example of food safety assessment. So another study is the heavy metals and microbiological profiles of defatted pili meal residue. So this pili meal residue can be used as a functional food ingredient since it is very high in dietary fiber. And results showed that pili meal residue can be used for food and drug products. It will not give any potential public health risk. Another study is the dietary and fermentability characteristics of crops and legumes, which also showed that it is good source of dietary fiber and produces short-chain fatty acid. So this study is an example of the establishment of health benefits. So another study is the glycemic index of commonly consumed carbohydrate foods in the Philippines. So the GI is classified in foods in terms of their glycemic response, whether the food eaten releases glucose rapidly or slowly. So this study can be used as a reference for food product development and maybe for diet and nutrition counseling. So aside from the characterization, the food safety assessment, and the establishment of health benefits, so the DOST FNRI was also being able to develop different products. We have the ready-to-drink Yakon juice, we have the germinated brown rice beverage, stabilized brown rice, the carrot pineapple juice, the low-fat, low-sugar ice cream, green and ripe mango juice, and sweet potato fries, all of which are high in dietary fiber. So another functional food ingredient is the green tomato powder, which can be added into different dishes. This product was made through using a low temperature, low humidity dryer. It is a good source of gamma-aminobutyric acid. It is a neurotransmitter in a person's nervous system, and it can alleviate nervous activity. So aside from the green tomato powder, we were able also to develop enzyme-treated coffee pulp powder and enzyme-treated mangosteen powder as source of dietary fiber, phytochemicals, and antioxidant. So these enzyme-treated powders can be added to processed foods such as cookies, cereals, and hamburger dishes to increase the dietary fiber intake, also with the benefits of the antioxidant. So another functional food ingredient are the spray-dried natural colorants the spray-dried sweet potato leaf extract, and the blue ternate flower extract. We also had the squash extract as sources of the natural colorants. So these natural colorants are high in phytochemicals, and this was used or this was added to a rice and mung bean based snack foods and showed high acceptability in terms of color, taste, and appearance. Okay. So the research gap for these food technologies include efficacy and effectiveness studies and toxicity studies before this can be commercialized. So another area of research in the DOST FNRI is the nutritional genomics or nutrigenomics. It is the interface between nutrition science and cellular or genetic processes. It describes how food affects metabolic pathways and homeostasis and how genetic differences affect individual response to nutrients. And it is an application of high throughput genomic tools in nutrition research. So this slide shows us how genes can impact our well-being. So genetic variation is known to affect food tolerances among humans. So there are some individuals that are sensitive to complex carbohydrates, sensitive to lipid metabolism, and so on and so forth. So this depends on our genetic variations. So how does nutrigenomics relate with NCDs and functional foods? So nutrigenomics provides us a genetic understanding for how dietary components affect the balance between between health and disease. So by understanding the genetic makeup of individual, dietary requirements can be recommended to obtain optimal health and disease prevention. So in our institute, we were able to conduct different studies on nutrigenomics. So these are just the examples of the studies: the mass index, physical activity, and dietary intake for overweight, wherein we had overweight and obese participants. We also have studies on polymorphisms in fat mass and obesity associated genotypes or genes. And then we also have studies on the differences in mean fat intake based on genotypes among hypertensive and non-hypertensive individuals. We also have differences in mid-sodium intake, eating behaviors, and known obesity-associated genes in selected children. We also have studies on malunggay leaves powder as tumor suppressor for colorectal polyp. Pilot studies on the effect of brown rice on glucose levels. Okay. And then next is the research area and initiatives. So we also have studies on designer foods or normal foods fortified with health promoting ingredients. So these are the new research areas. And these foods are similar in appearance to normal foods and consumed regularly as part of the diet. So another research area is the culinary medicine. Culinary medicine is a new evidence-based field in the field of medicine that blends the art of food and cooking with the science of medicine. So another research area or initiative is the wellness garden in our institute, which promotes the consumption of nutritious foods, vegetables, and fruits. So what are the ways forward? So number one is to assess the current R&D status of priority food commodities such as the malunggay, virgin coconut oil and coconut products, turmeric, pili nut, seaweeds, root crops, local berries, and edible mushrooms. And address the R&D gaps on functional foods that is under the functional food framework. which is the characterization studies, agronomic production, food safety, in vitro clinical and biological studies, functional food product development, and policy development. So what are the opportunities for functional foods? So number one, functional foods have both domestic and export potential markets due to larger profit margins than conventional foods. The adoption of technology has the potential for rural employment creation, which gives competitive advantage for small-scale farmers as producers of functional foods. And another opportunity is the conversion of low to high value products. And lastly, the Philippines joins other ASEAN countries in the continuous development of food and food ingredients with functional properties. This is for harmonization of research findings in order to build partnership with various stakeholders and create local and international policies in the ASEAN region as means to address persistent trends on NCDs. So with that, thank you very much for your attention. Good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Trinidad, the second T Archangel, for the report. And thank you for all attendees for joining us the morning session. We will have a break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 p.m. for the afternoon session report from Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Thank you.
recording. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the symposium, which is, I would like to introduce myself a bit. My name is Rose Chitanwat. I'm going to be the MC for the afternoon session. So you already enjoy about the NCD altogether in concept of having the application with the food functional for the NCD. The next speaker we're gonna have together in the afternoon total 5 sessions will be 4 speakers plus 1 panel discussion. So right now I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Sumanto Haldal. He is from Singapore. He is the principal investigator from the Clinical Nutrition Research Center. It's the Singapore Institute of Food and Biotechnology Innovation, SIFBI Singapore. The topic would be on integration of food science, technology, and nutrition to develop the next generation functional foods in the ASEAN region, the Singapore perspective. Welcome, Dr. Sumanto. You have about 20 minutes to cover in your session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yeah.
Yes, very well, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So first of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this important forum on functional foods across the ASEAN region. And of course, just to sort of set the stage, I mean, I'm from the Singapore Institute for Food and Biotechnology Innovations. I will just talk you through actually some of the perspectives and developments actually here in Singapore and that we are involved in terms of functional food development. So basically, I mean, I don't need to sort of mention to this converted audience that up to 70% of NCDs are thought to be attributable to dietary choices. And this has been one of the reasons why nutrition science has moved from therapeutic nutrition to preventative nutrition in the past few decades. Of course, food as medicine is not really a new concept in Asia, and food components has been used as medicines, both in traditional Chinese medicine as well as Indian Ayurvedic medicine. Of course, this morning we also heard about the term culinary medicine, which Trinidad referred to. So food is very much part of the national agenda here in Singapore. In fact, the government actually announced the 30 by 30 goal in 2019 with an aim to locally produce 30% of Singapore's nutritional needs by the year 2030. Singapore is also uniquely placed as an innovation hub, which is attracting a huge number of global companies, startups, venture capitals for food and consumer research. And I'm sure you're all familiar with a lot of these names which are present in this slide. All these traction in food and food innovation has led to the creation of the Singapore Institute of Food, Singapore Institute of Food Biotechnology Innovation, or SIFB for short, within the Agency of Science, Technology and Research, A*STAR in Singapore in April last year, where I'm currently based in. And our mission and vision is to become global leader driving excellence in food and biotech innovation for economic as well as for societal advancement and benefit. Of course, the overarching purpose of SIFB is to support Singapore's food innovation ecosystem by bringing together expertise in food safety, food sustainability, food production, and most importantly, the assessment of nutritional quality and efficacy of novel foods and food components, which again is the topic of this discussion. So in fact, our institute, SIFB, provides an integrated setup consisting of various capability groups, starting with discovery, strain engineering, biotransformation, all the way through to food processing and nutrition, all of whom are supported across by the shared analytics platform. With particular relevance to this talk on functional food development, let me take you through some of our capability groups. I start off with the natural product library, which is part of the discovery group, which actually contains a library of hundreds of thousands of metabolites that can enable the discovery of new bioactives and nutraceuticals from foods and non-food sources. As part of the shared analytics platform, we have state-of-the-art analytical instrumentation, which enables the identification, characterization, quantification of known and unknown metabolites from foods as well as of non-food origins. The group is also capable of undertaking activity-guided fractionations such as in silico screenings, et cetera. Now, finally, as part of the clinical assessments of food and food components, which again, a lot of the speakers previously before me discussed is a very important part of the substantiation of functional food claims. We have the Clinical Nutrition Research Center, which is probably one of the most advanced of such facilities in the world. And facilities here include obviously the clinical suites for both acute and longer term clinical trials, as well as 2 whole body calorimeters, various body composition analyzers, as well as obviously other analytical instrumentations. So let me now share with you some of the research in the area of functional ingredients and functional foods that we have been undertaking within our group. So one of my personal research interest is in the area of dietary polyphenols and how polyphenol-rich foods can actually improve cardiometabolic health. And as you may be aware, several polyphenol-rich foods are actually negatively associated with a number of NCDs, including cardiovascular disease, some cancers, type 2 diabetes, etc. So with this in mind, we undertook a study with 7 mixed spices. And again, as some of you may be aware, spices are actually a rich source of polyphenols. And you can see some of them actually listed. So of course, in combination, the 7 spices, which was actually used in culinary doses, we wanted to see to what extent these influence sort of biomarkers of glucose homeostasis. And those are the 7 spices that we chose based on literature either in animal studies or cell culture work, as well as some of the ingredients that actually usually accompanies curries, Indian curries, including garlic, ginger, onion, etc. So, so this study actually was called Polyspice study. And again, as I mentioned, our main objective was to see how these mixed spices can synergistically modulate postprandial glucose metabolism in a dose-dependent manner. And as part of this study, we employed the continuous glucose monitoring system, which enables us to measure interstitial glucose every 5 minutes for up to 7 days at a time. For this particular study, we only measured it for 1 day. And of course, we had some other measurements as well, but for this particular talk, I will only mention the findings relating to the 24-hour glucose as well as the postprandial insulin and GLP-1. So what you see here is that there was a significant improvement with increasing doses of spices with regards to the postprandial glycemia. So this is where we actually gave the test meals of different spice dose. So the blue one did not have the mixed spices. The yellow one had the first dose, which is approximately 6 grams of the mixed spices, and the other one had 12 grams of mixed spices, which is the brown one. And you can see that there was a 20% reduction in postprandial glucose with the mixed spices for the first dose, and about a 30% reduction in postprandial glucose after the second dose, which obviously has got implication with regards to the type 2 diabetes risk, etc. And you can also see that actually for the rest of the day, the food intake, while we standardized everything, by and large, actually the glucose response for the rest of the day has also been favorable as compared to the control, which is in blue. So we also saw that there was a non-significant reduction in postprandial insulin as well. So the incremental area under the curve of insulin was actually slightly reduced with increasing doses, even though it wasn't clinically significant. But more importantly, we were one of the first ones to show that the spice intake, particularly mixed spice intake, can actually improve the concentration of gut hormones such as GLP-1 in a dose-dependent manner. So again, previous studies have shown that polyphenol-rich foods can improve postprandial GLP-1. We were one of the first ones to show with mixed spices. And again, this particular study, again, sticking to sort of polyphenol-rich foods and beverages, what in this study, which was actually obviously done in collaboration with another university in Thailand, the Chulalongkorn University, which has shown that when you actually add 1 gram of the blue pea flour or 2 grams of blue pea flour in a drink containing 50 grams of sucrose, there was significant reduction in postprandial glycemia. And again, this is related to some of the polyphenols and flavonoids, which again, Trinidad mentioned in her talk earlier. So let me now refer to 2 other ingredients which are of interest as functional ingredients. And we have actually then, I'll show you that we have used them in terms of a 24-hour diet to see how we can improve markers of glucose response. So first ingredient is made with isomaltulose, which again, as some of you may be aware, that this is a isomer of sucrose, and that subtle difference is basically the glucose fructose bond is in the alpha 1,6 region as opposed to alpha 1,2, which is there for the sucrose. And this actually makes isomaltulose to basically digest into the respective monosaccharides at a much slower rate by the digestive enzyme, the sucrases. So what you see is actually the GI of isomaltulose is approximately half of what the glycemic index for sucrose is. Another ingredient, of course, which was referred to a number of times this morning was beta-glucan. And again, these are found in things like barley, oats, some mushrooms. This morning, it was also referred to be found in seaweeds, as well as yeast. Now, what we have done is we've just added 4% by dry weight of the beta-glucan into noodles. And then we prepared the noodles, and along with this noodle, as well as the isomaltulose being used in various drinks throughout the day, we have actually undertaken a study, which is again using the 24-hour glucose monitoring system, CGMS, to show that there was significant improvements in various glycemic variables. So this includes reduction in the postprandial incremental area under the curve of glucose, particularly for dinner and the snacks. Also for 50% reduction in the 24-hour glycemic variability, which in itself is a independent marker of type 2 diabetes risk, as well as the peak glucose levels. So there was a 1.1 millimoles per liter reduction in the 24-hour peak glucose levels with the low glycemic load diet. So basically, the diet consisted of either the low GL ingredients, which contain either the yellow noodles with beta-glucan, or obviously the drinks were replaced with isomaltulose, or the high glycemic load ingredients actually contain the control noodles without the beta-glucan, and the drinks were actually made with sucrose. So what you see is actually obviously a huge improvement in some of the glycemic variables throughout the day for a 24-hour period. And of course, there was even an improvement, 12% improvement in the time in range for the 24-hour glucose, which is what you want. So just switching gears from glucose homeostasis to fat types. I mean, this, as you know, is a very hot topic in terms of which fats and fatty acids actually influence cardiovascular risk profile, particularly in terms of the blood lipid profile. And we have actually done a study in conjunction with the industrial partner, whereby we blended oils from rice bran, sesame seed, and flaxseed. So these are oils that are actually produced in Asia. And what we've done is we've actually combined them in certain ratios, which is reflective of a unique pattern of fatty acids as well as phytonutrients. And then we wanted to see whether we can improve lipid profile, etc., as compared to the gold standard, which is usually olive oil. So we fed our volunteers for an 8-week period meal accompaniments which contained either olive oil or one of the two blended oil types. And what we saw actually was that both the blended oil, in fact, improved the blood lipid profile substantially. So you can see a significant improvement in both LDL cholesterol as well as triglycerides, and of course, the total cholesterol as well. And there was no change in the HDL cholesterol level. What you see is that there was no significant difference between the treatments. So i.e. all our oils, the blended oils, behaved in a similar manner to the refined olive oil, which was used as a control. And of course, this was done in a hypercholesterolemic population, so a borderline hypercholesterolemic population, which obviously will have significant benefits in terms of their cardiovascular disease risk if you're able to reduce the cholesterol level. So now switching gears from food ingredients to the food structure and function, I will just take you through some examples in terms of how our group has been able to alter food structure and texture using various food processing technology methods to improve the functionality and nutritional values of various foods. Our overarching objective as part of the food structure program is obviously to mimic Mother Nature by manipulating the physicochemical properties of foods in order to enhance their health attributes. So for example, you can see in this graph that lentils, which are actually naturally low GI food, since the starch molecules within it are surrounded by both proteins and cellulose. So that makes the digestive enzymes to reach these starch molecules, make it more difficult to reach them, and hence the digestion and the process of digestion is much slower. So as part of the first example, here is my colleague Jihong and his team created texture modification of high-fat foods such as muffins using insulin and cognac suspensions. It's a combination of, inulin and cognac suspensions to come up with low-fat muffins. I've in fact actually tasted these muffins and they're really yummy. So of course, you can bake your cake and eat it if you have this kind of a food. Another example is obviously is the oleogel study. So what my colleagues have done is to convert coconut oil into an oleogel by adding ethyl cellulose as a gelator. And then, of course, these were fed to the volunteers. And what you see is a significant attenuation of postprandial triglycerides. And again, this being an independent risk factor of cardiovascular disease, you can say that structural modification using the oleogelation potentially can have a significant role to play in terms of reduction of cardiovascular disease risk. So finally, I want to sort of just touch upon a different emerging field of nutrition, which is called the chrononutrition. And basically, this is a field of nutrition that aims to develop and understand how timing of what we eat affect our health, in addition to the quality and the quantity of the food. So in fact, many studies have shown that eating the wrong amount or the wrong type of foods at the wrong time can lead to significant metabolic dysregulation. So in one of our studies, what we have done is to investigate how differences in glycemic index of foods interacted with the timing of intake to influence postprandial glycemic response. In this study, we either fed low GI or a high GI food, either for breakfast or for dinner. And we are one of the first ones to show that even, so you see the red dotted line. So this was actually a low GI food taken at dinner. And the blue solid line is the high GI taken at breakfast. So even a low GI food taken at dinner had a greater postprandial glycemic response as compared to a high GI taken during breakfast. So it's not only what you eat, but when you eat that is important. And of course, going forward, while we cannot really stop consuming food or carbohydrate-rich foods for our dinner, what we can do is to actually select our carbohydrates wisely and potentially supplement with other components that can potentially modify the function in terms of digestibility, etc. These could be things like polyphenol-rich foods, certain fats, of course, some proteins. So these are the concept of sort of chronobiotics, which is emerging, and these could be used as functional components or functional ingredients. And again, this is something that we will actually explore in the near future. So on that note, to sort of overall summarize my discussion is that, functional foods are obviously likely to play a key role in the prevention of NCDs in this region, and more importantly, robust clinical trials important for the substantiation of health claims. It is of course not the ingredients alone, but there can be the utility of modern food technology and processing, which can lead to the development of functional foods. And I hope I've been able to convince you that we have one of the best facilities to facilitate future food innovation in the ASEAN region. And it's we have a great opportunity to collaborate between research institutes and governments across the ASEAN region. And I welcome any ideas and opportunities for collaboration. And of course, novel food innovations obviously are likely to make a lasting public health and economic impact in this region. So on that note, thank you so much again. And if anybody's interested to contact me, my contact details are there as well. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Sumando. If anyone wants to contact Dr. Sumando, he already left the email on the last slide, and we can also put in the chat here. So the next presenter would be Associate Professor Dr. Krongkan Chutip. She is the from Deputy Research Dean from Naresuan University Graduate School, Department of Physiology, Cardiovascular Research Unit, Faculty of Medical Science, Naresuan University from Thailand. So the topic that Dr. Krongkan will present is about preclinical research in development of functional ingredients for non-communicable disease. So please, Dr. Krongkan.
Thank you very much, the organizer. Can you see my?
ยังไม่ขึ้นค่ะ not yet ค่ะ อาจารย์ can you please share again?
Okay. Coming?
Coming ค่ะ can you click the slide presentation? Okay ค่ะ come ค่ะ
Can you hear me okay, Rose? Yes?
Very good ค่ะ
Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizer, for inviting me to share the symposium today. My talk will concern about the preclinical research in the development of functional food, functional ingredients in non-communicable disease. I am actually a lecturer and the researcher from Naresuan University. So my expertise is basically based on the very basic research. As you all know, the non-communicable diseases, there are 4 main types: cardiovascular diseases, cancer, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. And also there are other types like hypertension, dyslipidemia, obesity, metabolic syndrome, rheumatoid arthritis, so on and so forth, and also including neurodegenerative disease. My talk today regarding the preclinical study will concern about the cardiovascular disease and diabetes, which are the main cause of death in Thailand. Here is the key figure, as you probably heard a lot from this morning and until now. From the global data, 41 million, or about 70% of all deaths are from NCDs, and 70% is the premature NCD mortality. In our region, Southeast Asia, is around 8.5 million people, and it accounted for 62 of all deaths. And the most important is that the risk factor, 80% of premature heart disease, stroke, and diabetes can be prevented, as we all know. This is the situation in Thailand. The death rate in Thailand per population of 100,000. The top one killer is stroke, followed by the ischemic heart disease, diabetes, and hypertension. And these are all due to the metabolic risk factors, which are quite prevalent in Thai population, including raised blood pressure, dyslipidemia, overweight, obesity, and hyperglycemia. So if we want to prevent the NCD, so we have to prevent the high blood pressure, dyslipidemia, overweight, and high blood sugar. Actually, all the hypertension, ischemic heart disease, and stroke sum up together as the cardiovascular diseases, which are the leading cause of death in Thailand and worldwide. So here is the risk factors for the NCD. So it includes genetic factors, environmental factor, socio-demographic factors, factors of self-management, and among these are the food choice that we are focusing today, which is the functional food for the NCD prevention. The process for the functional food and functional ingredient research development are shown in this figure. It includes the concept generation or the novel ideas, the product development or the prototype evolution, and the testing for the efficacy and safety, both in vitro and in vivo. And here is my focus today, which is the preclinical study. And also here is the clinical studies. Another concept are the evidence substantiates the effects, the publication, peer review, the media activity, the health claims, regulatory review, consumer buy-in, perception, and interest, which is quite important, as Kun Milo from Research X mentioned this morning, that if the food doesn't taste good, then people wouldn't eat it. So the perception, the taste of the functional food is also important. The industry growth, market, and penetration, these are all important steps for the functional food and functional ingredient research and development. And today I'll share with you on the preclinical study. I'd like to give the example on some of these plants which can grow in our region in Thailand and in the Southeast Asian country. So this includes the citrus fruit, black pepper, turmeric, rosella, mulberry, cotton oil, rice bran oil, and sesame seeds. The preclinical study that I selected for the presentation today concerned about the efficacy and safety of the standardized extract and the active ingredients. And some of the study also used the raw material like the dry plant, and the efficacy concerned about the anti-obesity, anti-dyslipidemia, anti-hypertension, and anti-diabetes for the development of the functional food for NCD prevention. So let's have a look at the citrus fruit and its bioactive components on the NCD. The top panel shows some of the evidence from the extract or the fresh fruit. And the bottom panel shows the evidence of the efficacy of its phytochemical compounds. The hesperidin is the main active compound for the citrus fruit. So this fruit shows several activity, including anti-diabetic effects. So it can reduce fasting blood glucose in diabetic rat and also reduce insulin resistance. Also has the anti-dyslipidemic effects, reducing total cholesterol, LDL, TG levels in high-fat diet rats. It also reduces the hepatic lipid droplet accumulation and has the anti-hypertensive in dog and show vasodilator effect in rat aorta. Its active compound, hesperidin, also show anti-hypertensive effect. This study has been done a lot in the lab of my colleagues from Khon Kaen University in the several models of the hypertensive rats. This one is called 2K1C. We clip the blood flow to the one kidney, so this can raise the blood pressure in rats. So the hesperidin show efficacy in the reduction of blood pressure in this model. It can also inhibit angiotensin converting enzyme activity, which then reduce the angiotensin II level and reducing the blood pressure. It can also reduce the plasma noradrenaline and leading to reduction of blood pressure. Hesperidin also show anti-hyperglycemic and hypolipidemic property. It reduces blood glucose in diabetic myocardial infarction rates, reducing the lipid profile, and its LD50 is quite high, so it's considered quite safe. In terms of product, Chiang Mai University has the product which is mixing between sesame from the sesame seed together with the hesperidin. The next one is the black pepper. Black pepper show anti-diabetic effects by reducing blood glucose in diabetic rats. It shows anti-obesity and hypoglycemic effect, reducing the lipid profile in high-fat diet fat rats and also reducing body weight and total body fat. Its main compound is piperine, show the anti-hypertensive effects, reducing BP in both normotensive rats, and the mechanism of action possibly via the calcium channel blocker. It also has the anti-diabetic effects by reducing blood glucose. It also enhancing the effect of the metformin, which is the anti-diabetic drug. It showed the anti-obesity effect by reducing body weight in high-fat diet fat rats and increase the insulin and leptin sensitivity. The LD50 is quite high, so it's also considered quite safe. And there are plenty of products of the black pepper in the market. Yes. Turmeric, of course, also lots of study on the curcuma longa and its active compound curcumin, both preclinical study and the clinical study. It shows anti-diabetic effects and hypolipidemia effect, reducing blood glucose level, reducing lipid profile, and show anti-hypertensive action, reducing both blood pressure and heart rate in normotensive rats, and also producing vasodilator effect in rat mesenteric arteries. Its active compound show anti-hypertensive effect, reducing blood pressure in all male mice, reducing the activity of the angiotensin converting enzyme activity, reducing angiotensin II level, and reducing the expression of the ACE protein. It also increased the concentration of acetylcholine, which can produce vasodilator action and reducing blood pressure. It shows anti-hyperglycemic and hypolipidemic property by reducing blood glucose in diabetic rat, reducing lipid profile, glucose take, and the LD50 is quite high, more than 5,000 milligram per kg in mice, so it is very safe. Lots of products of the curcumin. One of that is curcumin drink mixed with the vitamin C. Here is the Rosella and the active compound. In terms of safety, the extract was done by the Prince of Songkhla University, showing no acute toxicity and also no chronic toxicity. The extract has the efficacy on the anti-hypertensive activity, reducing blood pressure in insulin resistance, high-fat diet male rats, reducing vascular endothelial dysfunction and increasing nitric oxide bioavailability, so improving the endothelial function, which lead to the lowering of the blood pressure. It also showed the anti-diabetic activity by reducing blood glucose, increasing basal insulin level, and improving the function of islets of Langerhans. Several phenolic compounds in the Rosella showed anti-hyperglycemic effect by inhibiting alpha-glucosidase activity and also inhibiting alpha amylase, so reducing the absorption of the glucose in the blood circulation. So the product mainly are as a dry product, and we can use it as a tea for reducing the blood pressure. Here is the mulberry, and its active compound for NCD. The mulberry show anti-hypertensive effect and also hypolipidemic effect by reducing food intake, body weight, visceral fat, blood glucose, lipid profile, and increasing HDL. Its phytochemical compounds are mainly anthocyanins, which produce anti-diabetic activity. Some of the research for the mulberry has been carried out in my lab, collaborate with Tista, which provide a dry product of the mulberry, and we use the mice model, which was fed by the high-fat diet. And here is the protocol. We have controlled the high-fat diet mice, and the high-fat diet mice treated with the dry mulberry fruit with the low dose and the high dose. And we look at the histology of the aorta. We are detecting the reduction of thickness of the wall of the aorta in the mouse treated with the mulberry, either 100 or 300 milligram per kg. And the size of the heart is increasing in the high-fat diet mice, but it reduced in the dry mulberry fruit treated mice. The lipid accumulation in liver significantly increased in the high-fat mice, and it could be reduced by the dry mulberry fruit. Here is some of the results of the growth rate of the mice. The yellow one was the mice treated with the high-fat diet. You can see the increasing of the growth rate or the body weight, and this was reduced by the dry mulberry fruit, both low and high dose. And the food intake was also reduced by the dry mulberry fruit. The visceral fat weight also reduced, and the liver weight was also reduced by the dry mulberry fruit. The lipid profile shown in this table, the high-fat mice had a high cholesterol, and this can be reduced by the dry mulberry fruit, so as triglyceride level, and the HDL increased by the dry mulberry fruit. The LDL decreased, and the ratio of TC and HDL, which is the marker for the risk factor for the atherosclerosis and cardiovascular disease, was also reduced by the dry mulberry fruit treatment. The blood glucose level was also reduced by the dry mulberry fruit. The aortic wall thickness of the high-fat diet mice increased, and this can be prevented by the treatment of the dry mulberry fruit. The collagen accumulation was also reduced, and the proportion of the hepatic lipid was also reduced by the dry mulberry fruit. So in conclusion, we can say that the dry mulberry fruit can have the hypophagia, anti-obesity, anti-hypoglycemia, and it can improve the lipid profile. It also shows anti-oxidation and anti-atherosclerosis. So this can produce the cardioprotective and hepatoprotective action. And here is a quality control of the mulberry fruit that we use the LC-MS to identify the composition ingredient of the dry mulberry fruit. In terms of safety, there was no acute toxicity and no subchronic toxicity of the mulberry. The coconut oil is also one of the interesting that we've been doing lots of the research on this. It showed the anti-hypertensive and also for both virgin coconut oil in middle-aged male rat and also for the coconut milk. This also showed the benefit effect on the blood glucose and also the vascular function by increasing the nitric oxide and this leads to the lowering of the blood pressure. The rice bran oil also show very similar action. And also the sesame seeds also show the antihypertensive action as well. Finally, I'd like to mention a bit on the neurodegenerative disease, which is carried out by our lab. This is the Brahmi extract that we done from the growing plant, preparing the quality standardized extract, quality control, testing on the preclinical study, testing for the safety and product development. And also we did some clinical trial on the memory enhancing of this plant. This plant is the grow widely and is traditionally used for the as a brain tonic for the memory enhancer, and its active ingredient is the saponin glycoside. So we start from the good agricultural and collection practice. We detect all the active ingredients of different part of this plant, and we compare the efficacy of Brahmi with the ginkgo, and we found that the Brahmi can increase the cerebral blood flow in a similar way as the ginkgo, and it can also improve the memory in a very similar potency. And we also did a bit of the clinical trial in the 60 volunteers aging around 55 to 80 years old, and found the efficacy of the Brahmi on the improving the physical fitness, improving the alertness, attention and learning and memory. And right now we actually transfer our technology to the government pharmaceutical organization, and we recently we developed a functional drink mixing the Brahmi extract with the fruit juice so that it would be easier to drink and easy to consume. And the research has been done on the clinical trial comparing between the Brahmi essence mixed with the mulberry juice and the placebo group. We found the improving of the speed of the memory in the elderly, and in terms of safety profile, it showed no effect on the kidney and liver function, blood pressure and heart rate, and blood glucose and lipid profile. It also showed the improving of the peripheral blood flow on the hand. So we conclude that the Brahmi essence that can improve the blood flow and improve the vascular function. Here are some of the publications that support the work of the Brahmi since we have been doing this research. And right now we are looking for the link or the connection with the industry market to transfer our technology to the market. So here is our team. And finally, I'd like to conclude that preclinical research in the development of the functional food and ingredients for the NCD prevention is one of the most important steps, and the good quality and well-designed study is important in order to get a good data to transfer to the design of clinical study to gain the safety and efficacy profile of the functional food in order to claim the health benefit for the regulatory approval for the enhancing the credibility of the functional food and ingredient product. And thank you very much for sharing with me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krongkan. Very impressive one from me. So right now we are going to go to the next presenter, Dr. Huong Nguyen from Vietnam. So Dr. Huong Nguyen is agricultural scientist from the Center of Agro-Produce Food Research and Processing. He is from Vietnam Institute of Agricultural Engineer and Post-Harvest Technology, or VIAEP from Vietnam. So Dr. Huong is going to speak on the honey and its role in relieving facets of atherosclerosis. So may I invite Dr. Huong Nguyen?
My name is Hương Nguyễn.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Cảm ơn.
Agricultural engineering and post-harvest technology. I am very pleased to present you the topic of honey and its role in multiple process of atherosclerosis. And this is the title of my presentation. So honey is a natural sweetener with easy and universal uses. It contains more than 180 compounds in its composition, of which fructose and glucose dominate the composition, and there is a smaller quantity of non-sugar component, but they determine the biological functions of honey and make honey unique from other sweeteners. The Council Directive for European Community regulates the composition criteria for commercial blossom honey. These are the fructose and glucose content, which is above 60%, sucrose content less than 5%. This is a critical criteria because you may know that in the market, honey sometimes does contain something else or they are adulterated. And this adulterated honey often have more than 5% sucrose. The next is moisture content less than 20%. That is important for honey quality. And the story is because the higher moisture content, the higher possibility of fermentation or the contamination with some microorganisms and other criteria. Honey is an abundant, concentrated, and diverse phenolic phytochemical source. These are transformed to honey from nectar, and they work together to contribute to a synergistic antioxidant effect. They are a great reactive oxygen species, scavenger, and many are found in honey in alkaline form, which is more readily bioavailable. Honey, because they are a dense matrix of phenolic compounds, they can work as a carrier of plants' medicinal properties, and they have several functional advantages. On the right-hand side, you can see there are several properties of honey that are mentioned in one of our comprehensive review, such as the antioxidative, antihypertensive, anti-inflammatory, hypocholesтеролemic activity, or they are effective for against cigarette smoke and diabetes. The antioxidant capacity of honey is even more advantageous than vitamin E, C, and carotenoid because all of the compounds are synergistic and they work together to support and to make honey elicit its optimal antioxidant activity. And they work in different modes of action. They can be method chelator, free radical scavenger, or gene modulator. In this context of the talk, I would like to focus on two main activities, which are antioxidant and the cholesterol lowering effect of honey. So first of all, let's talk about oxidative stress. This is an excessive generation of reactive oxygen species. And this molecule, when at increased amount, will attack lipid, protein, and nucleic acid molecules. Gradually, they will cause chronic diseases such as neurodegeneration, cardiovascular disease because of the inflammation, and some other risk factors, or diabetes and obesity and so on. And these are in a vicious circle and increasing the severity of the disease. On the other hand, with hypercholesterolemia, which is a high cholesterol level in plasma, there is a high risk of cardiovascular diseases because of fat accumulation or the blockage of arteries and low density lipoprotein cholesterol oxidation. So nowadays, there are several measurements to control high cholesterol or to mitigate oxidative stress. And among those, the diet with high rate of fiber and phytochemicals or using natural products are promising because they inhibit high hydroxymethyl glutarin coenzyme A reductase or increase low density lipoprotein receptor expression or increase the reverse transport. They can also be able to prevent the generation of reactive oxygen species, or if these species are generated, they can quench them. So honey is a promising natural sweetener to protect against cholesterol level and oxidative damage. So this is our hypothesis for our research. So first of all, we characterize some parameters of antioxidant activity from some honeys that we develop in our lab, in our research. These are specific honeys originated from the plants, which are evidence in managing cholesterol or oxidative stress. These are Arjuna, Gugur, Jagulan, and olive. Among those honey, we found that Arjuna and Gugur are outstanding in the tonophenolics, but olive has the highest amount of tonoflavonoids, and they have incredible radical scavenging activities up to 90%, and also very good antioxidant equivalent to vitamin C, up to 80% in Arjuna and Gugur. Actually, I need to say Manuka honey. We also identify the antioxidant compounds in some floral honey. These are the commercial honey, and we found that Manuka honeys from 2 different brands, showing very high contents of phenols and flavonoids. The next is examine the molecule defense response in fatty acid-induced FG2 cells. In this experiment, we found that Manuka and Gugur are among the honeys that upregulated NQ01 in the molecular defense response of the cells, about 1.5-fold gene expression. The second, we examine the effect of honey on hypercholesterolemia. First of all, look at the map. There are two pathways. On the left-hand side is for triglyceride and phospholipid synthesis. On the left-hand side, it is the de novo cholesterol synthesis and are regulated by SREP-BP2. In this pathway, there are two key enzymes, which are HMG-CoA reductase and LDL receptors, and we mainly focus on these two down regulate genes. First, we examine the cellular total cholesterol and triglyceride under the honey treatment, and we found that among the honeys, only Manuka and Gubun down-regulated the expression, reduce total cholesterol, but they didn't show any effect on triglyceride in the liver cells. And we further investigated the effect of honey on gene expression. Interestingly, we found that the tested honey at both 1 and 2% activated AMPK alpha, but the expression levels of this gene varied depending on honey type and concentration. In addition, these two honey at 1% induce HMGCR gene expression to the level close to the control, indicating that honeys modulated HMGCR gene expression against the analog, which is up to almost 4-fold change compared to the control in the analog. So for Manuka honey at 1 and 2%, this honey maintained HMGCR mRNA abundance as in control, but it upregulated LDLR gene expression. It has been known that the transcriptional level of LDLR gene is highly controlled by cellular steroid levels through the activation of SREP-BP2, in which an elevation in cellular steroid levels suppress LDLR gene transcription. And in contrast, a depletion of cellular steroids leads to an elevated LDLR mRNA abundance and subsequently an increased clearance of plasma LDL particles. The gene expression data was consistent with the disease reduction in the cells treated with this honey and its high quantity and activity of antioxidants, as in the table, suggesting that phenolics in Manuka could confer the cholesterol-lowering effect through the activation of AMPK/BP and by upregulating the transcription of its downstream LDLR and LXR alpha gene, while maintaining the transcription level of HCG-MR genes as of the control. With regard to Gubun honey, this honey activated both AMPK and SREP-BP2, and it showed a stronger effect on SREP-BP2 gene at 2% concentration. This honey also induced HCG-MR against the effect of the analog and increased LDLR mRNA transcription at 1%, but not at 2% as expected. Instead, it upregulated LXR alpha gene expression at 2% concentration. Previous investigation indicated that an activation of LXR alphas leads to the upregulation of its direct targets and improves the transfer of cellular cholesterol to small high-density lipoproteins to prevent the formation of foam cells. So Google honey properly through the activation of LXR alpha likely increase the transcriptional levels of transporter genes and proteins, leading to the TC reduction as observed. Based on the responsive trend of the genes, we hypothesize that greater effects of Google honey on the tested genes would be observed at a later terminating time of the experiment. However, further study should include transporter genes and protein analysis to better understand the effect of this honey on hypercholesterolemia. So we go to the conclusion. So apparently, we all know from the reference and from the practice that honey promotes overall health, and biological functions of floral honey come from non-sugar components, mainly from phenolic phytochemicals presenting in flower nectar. Antioxidant activity of Manuka and Google honeys are outstanding compared to other tested honeys, and these honeys upregulate mRNA expression of NOQ1. Manuka and Google honeys reduce cellular total cholesterol, but did not show effect on triglycerides. This finding is in an agreement with the downregulation of HMGCR expression compared to the analog, and the upregulation LDLR and LXR alpha. And the last is further investigation are needed to better understand the mode of action in lipogenesis. Thank you very much for your attention and listening.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. So we are going to have the session later on, and on the panel discussion will include Dr. Huang. So the next speaker will be our last presenter before we are going to the panel discussion. So the topic will be on the InnoFood of TISTER and R&D of natural functional ingredients and functional foods for the elderly with NCD. So the speaker will be Dr. Viriyaporn Sumsakul. She is the researcher from Expert Center of Innovative Health Food, or we know under InnoFood, from TISTER, Thailand. So please.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Viriyaporn Sumsakul. I'm a research officer of Expert Center of Innovative Health Foods, Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. And on behalf of TISTER, I am delighted to be here. Today, I would like to talk about in the topic of InnoFoods of TISTER and research and development of natural functional ingredients and functional food for the elderly with NCD. I have divided my presentation into 4 parts. First part, I would like to present about TISTER and TISTER Research and Development Group. The second, I will give you an overview of Expert Center of Innovative Health Foods, vision and mission, and then move on to InnoFoods operation. Finally, I will talk about the TISTER functional ingredient, functional food, orders, and dietary supplement. First of all, I would like to introduce our organization, Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research, or we call TISTER. We are a state enterprise that provide various types of service. TISTER is located at 5 provinces. The first, Pathum Thani province, is the main office, have a research and development center, material property analysis and development center, and microbe center.
for the Chiang Mai province has a research and development about mushroom at Doi Pui. In the part of Nakhon Ratchasima province have a Skara Environment Research Station and Ramtakong Research Station. Samut Prakan province have Industrial Metrology and Testing Service Center. In the last one, Bangkok have Thai Packaging Center. Let's turn our attention to research and development group of TISTER. TISTER research and development work are divided into two major groups. The first group is research and development for bioindustry that consists of Expert Center of Innovative Agriculture, Expert Center of Innovative Health Foods, Expert Center of Innovative Herbal Products, and Biodiversity Research Center. And the second group is the research and development for sustainable development that consists of Expert Center of Innovative Clean Energy and Environment, Expert Center of Material, and Expert Center of Innovative Industrial Robotics and Automation. I have finished the first part and moving to the next one in the topic overview of Expert Center of Innovative Health Foods Vision and Mission. The vision of InnoFood to achieve excellent increase innovation and creativity in research and development of functional foods or drink, dietary supplement, and natural functional ingredients in order to potentially enhance competitiveness of Thailand food industry in ASEAN markets. For the mission of InnoFood to research, develop, service, and provide consultancy on functional foods or drinks, dietary supplement, and natural functional ingredients. This leads me to my next point, which is role and responsibility of Expert Center of Innovative Health Foods, or we call InnoFood. InnoFood divides its task into 5 major categories, which are research and development, service and consultancy, infrastructure, academic support, and commercialization. For the research and development task is separated into advanced technology group and basic technology group. For the advanced technology group focus on research that need higher technology and advanced application rather than basic research technology like area-based. For the service and consultancy, InnoFood provide consultancy and service testing on physical and chemical property of foods and food-related products, food safety, product and nutritional assessment, as well as provide research and development service according to customer requirements. For the infrastructure, beverage, diffuse pan extraction, and separation pilot pan service are offered for private sector who are looking for industrial scale up with low investment at primary stage. For the academic support is provided in the term of student internship, advisory service, and collaboration with professionals from academic institutes through the joint project supporting private sector and training or conference, and business matching and technology transfer are commercialization tasks. From the vision and mission of InnoFood, we will focus on research and development of natural functional ingredients, functional food or drinks, and dietary supplement to reduction of disease risk claim. And this picture shows the global trend aging society from 2050 to 2015 to 2050. In 2015, person age 60 or older is 12.3% of total worldwide population. And in 2030, person age 60 or older is estimated to be 16.5% of the total worldwide population. And in 2050, person age 60 or older is estimated to be 21.5% of the total worldwide population. The problem occurs with the increase in the number of elderly people is a non-communicable disease or NCD, which is a disease that has increased mortality every year and cannot be cured. As a result, the government has a higher cost of medical care with the potential and long experiment of InnoFoods. We are committed to create research and development, and also we do provide related service for private sector on functional foods, dietary supplement, and natural functional ingredients. Sister would like to help reduce government spending and increase quality of life, as well as to reduce the trade balance of the country. And this slide shows the InnoFoods operation, research, and development process. Health claims in food labeling are claims that have been reviewed by Food and Drugs Administration of Thailand, or we call Thai FDA, and are allowed on food products to show that food or food component may reduce the risk of a disease or health-related conditions such claims are supported by scientific evidence, and Thailand have regulation and guidelines to permit the use of health claim on food products. This diagram shows the 6 most important steps in the process of Thai FDA guideline to health claim. To start with, find some raw materials such as herbal, vegetable, or foods, and then extraction or fermentation in order to get the bioactive compound from the raw material. And after that, the in vitro and in vivo evaluation on the safety and efficacy were studied as a background information regarding mechanisms that might be involved in the safety and efficacy of the products. And finally, optimizing the design, conduct, and method for reporting food-based human clinical trial is therefore essential in carrying out a successful clinical trial aimed at providing convincing evidence for substantiation of a food health claim. So the InnoFoods research and development process is followed by Thai's FDA guidelines. This picture shows the InnoFoods ongoing research and development of functional ingredients and functional foods. Nowadays, we are doing the research and development of natural functional ingredient, functional food, and dietary supplement for NCDs such as brain disease, digestive tract and liver disease, stroke and cardiovascular disease, cancer and immune system booster, and the hypertension. And finally, I would like to talk about the natural functional ingredient, functional food, and dietary supplement, which are researched and developed by testers. The in vitro and in vivo evaluation on the safety and efficacy of these ingredients were studied as a background information regarding mechanisms that might be involved in the safety and efficacy of these ingredients. The first one is anthocyanin extract for mulberry. The function of this ingredient are prevention of coronary heart disease, and this one is Chrysanthemum morriforum extract. The function of this ingredient are anti-haritosis effect, antibacterial activity, anti-inflammatory activity, and anti-irritants. And this one is also extract. The function of this ingredient are antioxidants effect, hypolipidemic effect, and blood pressure lowering effect. And this one is holy basil extracts. The function of these extracts are improve digestion, anti-inflammatory activity, and hepatoprotective activity. And this one is encapsulated bioflavonoid extract from Centella asiatica. The function of this ingredient are antioxidant and benefit of vitamin C absorption. And this ingredient is astaxanthin extract. The function of these ingredients are antioxidants, anti-aging, and enhance immunity. And this one is soluble dietary fiber from mango peels. The function of these ingredients are controlled by glucose, high antioxidant activity, and this one is mushroom extracts. The function of these ingredients are anti-proliferative activity and anti-metastatic activity. And this one is aloe vera extracts. The function of these ingredients are improve skin and prevent wrinkles, effective on bone regeneration, enhancement bone surface, bone volume, and bone density, and immune system booster. And this one is butterfly pea extracts. The function of these ingredients are high antioxidant activity, improve eyesight, improve hair growth, memory enhancement effect, and anti-aging. And this one is eggplant extract. The function of these ingredients are improve digestion, anti-inflammatory activity, and hepatoprotective activity. And this one is Embigra food extract. The function of these ingredients are high level of vitamin C, high antioxidant activity, immune system booster, reduce bad cholesterol levels, preventing hepatic steatosis, and anti-aging. And this one is sayote and kohlrabi extracts. The function of these ingredients are preventing dementia and memory enhancement effects. And this one is lotus seed extracts. The function of this ingredient are prevention of coronary heart disease and lowering blood pressure. And this one is protein hydrolysis of mushroom. The function of this ingredient are lowering blood pressure, immune system booster, and anti-inflammatory activity. And this one is protein hydrolysis from rice. The function of these ingredients are plant-based protein ingredients, easily digest and fast absorption, hypoallergenic, normalize blood sugar, and enhance human immunity. And this one is mung bean protein isolate. The function of these ingredients are plant-based protein ingredients that contain protein about 85%, and then contain the phenolic compound and free essential amino acids, show the antioxidant and lowering blood pressure and enhance human immunity. And this one is chickpea protein. The function of these ingredients are plant-based protein ingredients that contain protein about 90% and show the biological activity peptide with ACE inhibitory and antioxidant activity. Twister has developed and increased production of 15 strains of probiotics to add value to Thai food product and reduce import of probiotics. Twister select 15 probiotics from variety of 10,000 strains of microorganisms in Thailand for development and production under the Thailand 4.0 scheme. In addition, Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research, or TISTR, also has developed hygienic cricket farming to decrease allergen and support to process product industry. Research and develop for value-added production study of breast pan for cricket using native vegetable and their effect to growth rate and protein ratio. Feeding method to decrease allergen, aflatoxin, and gluten. Readily cooked cricket fowl. Selling price about 1,100 baht per kilogram. For the research outcome from development of hygienic cricket farming to decrease allergen and support to process product industry are 30% of value add gaining from product development and 50% of decreased cost, and get the innovative product from cricket like gluten-free cricket fowl, good taste, smelling pleasant, and delicious. and market expand and export. This slide shows the application of functional ingredient in functional food and drink. For example, instant mix cereal soup with lotus seed extract for prevention of coronary heart disease and lowering blood pressure. And this one is cacao mousse with sayote and kohlrabi extracts for preventing dementia and memory enhancement effect. And this one is pudding with Embika food extract for control blood cholesterol level and preventing hepatic steatosis. And this one is dry melon dip and melon gummy with probiotic for control balanced digestive tract system. And this one is healthy snack like a crispy mushroom cheese. And this one is energy bar that's made from Thai food. It shows high energy source for serious athletes, medium to fast absorption, but the least energy in medium. Recommend for endurance distance, take before or during the exercise. And this one is energy gel, and it's very fast absorption but release energy in short term. Recommend for sprint distance and take during the exercise. And this one is palatine or isomaltose sugar. It is produced from sugar cane by using bioprocess. It is prepared by the enzymatic rearrangement of sucrose using the enzyme from the microorganism of tester stain. It has low glycemic index, long-term energy source, and no adverse effect on human health. It has been successfully used into various food products. And this one is freeze-dried food fortified with probiotics. This slide shows the tester functional food and functional dish with each well as product from type like a library rice syrup, library rice vinegar, and raspberry rice cider. This one is library rice mixed collagen type 2 cereal drinks. And this one is rice bran oil margarine, and this one is the processed meat product from rice. And this one is brown rice sugar and raspberry snack mix with whole grain. And this one is pre-gelatinized raspberry flour mixed whole grain. And this slide shows the application of natural functional ingredients in dietary supplement product with research and developed by tester. Thank you for your attention. It's my pleasure being here today, and I will be pleased to answer them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Viriyaporn. This is about the service of InnoFood. Very interesting. There are a lot of products, and InnoFood is ready to do the technology to transfer to the partners that looking for that. So come to the very important part of today ASEAN Symposium hosted by Tester. I would like to invite our moderators. So I will leave you guys with the moderators here, Dr. Waraporn Sondet and Dr. Siriporn Putsikot, to moderate the session, which is going to pass to you now. Please, we're going to have the panel discussion about 40 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I would love to say, would you all attendee, would you please turn on your camera to join our session, to be like close, stay still together to join this session? Okay. Everyone turn on the camera yet? Okay. First of all, I would love to thank all the participants, keynote speaker today, a seminar on Asian Symposium on development of a functional ingredient for NCD. Since the morning until now, that we have been share a lot of knowledge and research work that tend to NCD functional ingredient, functional foods obtained from diversity from natural resources all around Asian, for such as the animal, plant, vegetable, fruit, and microorganism like probiotics. So I think today I will please warm welcome all of us to join this session about the topic of a trend on development of functional ingredients for NCD in post-COVID-19 in Asian countries. Let's get started to the first discussion point from Dr. Walaporn.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with the first questions from us. And first of all, I would like to remind you that you will have 3 minutes to share your opinion on each questions. So for the first questions, how about the current situation of COVID-19 pandemic in your country? And what is the most important or the most popular functional food ingredients for immune-related NCD in your country currently? So can I start with Dr. Samanto Howder from Singapore first, please?
Hi, yes, good to see everyone again. And thanks for all those who are staying back to join the panel discussion. So Singapore actually has handled COVID-19 pandemic very well. We've been very lucky because Singapore and Singaporeans are very compliant with rules and policies, as you know. So that helped greatly in terms of reducing the mortality rate, because at the end of the day, that's the sort of most important arbitrator. And I think we've kept it so far under 60, even though there has been quite a few thousand, nearly 70,000 cases in the country. So that's a good point. The second is the vaccination. And I think about 82% of the population has already been vaccinated. So that's also a good thing, because at the end of the day, we now need to think about opening up normal activities, and Singapore is now beginning to treat it as an endemic rather than a pandemic. And that's the way that it has to go. The third important point is really the awareness about our nutrition and food intake on health has become much more magnified during COVID-19, particularly when you see a lot of other countries where there's so much of a socioeconomic discrepancies in terms of, the effect of COVID-19 on certain sector of the population who tends to have a more ill effect from the infection. So by and large, in terms of the ingredients, of course, these are the usual. So, vitamin D, for example, has been, become very popular, particularly because actually there's a lot of trials which have been showing that vitamin D potentially can help. Also, some of the traditional ingredients like turmeric, etc. So, of course, the usual immunomodulators like vitamin C and zinc are also, gain popularity during the pandemic. But by and large, I think in Singapore, I think because we handle the pandemic better, I would say that actually there's not been a reactionary sort of mechanism in terms of going for the shelves in the supermarkets to get your supplements. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Samanto. This very good point for Singapore, and maybe Thailand have to learn a lot from Singapore. And next, could you invite Dr. Imelda from Philippines to share your opinions with us, please?
Hello, good afternoon. I think something came up with Dr. Imelda Agdepa, and she cannot join us for for this panel, but I can answer in her behalf in the Philippines. So for the Philippines, the current situation of COVID-19 pandemic is still increasing from time to time, with some reports on granular lockdowns on locations with high cases of COVID-19. But of course, the government is always trying their best to reduce these cases by continuously informing the people of updates and status on COVID-19. So with regards to the most popular functional ingredient for immune-related non-communicable diseases in the country, I think during the early days of pandemic, we had the institute had a study on the use of virgin coconut oil. So this is because according to studies, virgin coconut oil have antiviral activity, and it is widely consumed by Filipinos. So during the early days of the pandemic, the DOST-FNRI has conducted the study of this VCO among probable and suspected cases of COVID-19. And results showed that the participants provided with VCO has faster resolution in terms of its symptoms. But of course, we still have to do some follow-up studies on this. And of course, aside from VCO, we also had other products like the ginger ale, which is turmeric, which has also antiviral properties. So we are also looking into that.
Okay, thank you very much. Your opinion is very interesting. And next, can I invite Dr. Viriyaporn to give the opinion about these questions, please?
Okay. Thank you for your question, Dr. Virayaporn, and hello everyone again. For the current situation of COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand, in the last week, about 16,000 community transmission cases and average world report per day, a 15% decrease from the previous weeks, and the last week has continued to follow the decrease in case that was first reported last week. In case of death, found that 256 new deaths were reported on average per day in last week, and around 4% increase from the average of 247 deaths per day in the previous weeks. The increase in deaths is in contrast with decrease in new and active cases. It is expected that the number of the deaths may be decreased soon. From the situation of the COVID-19 virus outbreak, in addition to taking care yourself from the outside by wear a mask, wash your hand, and keep distance, everyone can still take care of themselves from the inside by eating food that contain plants and herbs that promotes immunity. This is another approach that can reduce the risk or severity of various viruses. If the immunity is low, the chance of infection will be increased. Therefore, COVID-19 infection can be prevented by eating herbs that help build immunity to the body, such as pukao, Camphoria, Dipara, and Endographis paniculata. In Thai, we call Fathalaijo. For the pukao, for the quercetin to stimulate the immune system, promote the function of white blood cell. It is an antioxidant, help fight inflammation. It can be eaten as a boiled vegetable dip or made into tea. The second one is the Camphoria. It can be made into food or healthcare, such as khanom jin or white curry that we call gang pa, or be made into smoothie into the freshness, nourish the body, and also help strengthen immune system and can fight the disease. In which Camphoria contain two important substances, pendiletin A and pinosorbin, that can inhibit the growth of the COVID-19 virus by up to 100% in vitro. But if you want to use Camphoria to treat COVID-19, an extraction form must be used. And the third one is the Dipara. help to balance the body, immune system contain the antioxidant, help the body to be healthy, help the excretory system and detoxification. The components of the para are Indian gooseberry, ankle and Thai ankle. And the last one is the Endographis paniculata. Is a herb that we can use when onset of fever, cough, sore throat, or cold symptom. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riyaporn. And the next, I would like to invite Professor Nina and Tanti from Indonesia to give the opinions to us, please. Professor Nina, are you there?
Thank you for the question. And I think all you know, Indonesia have the highest population among all countries and your countries. So unlike Singapore, we really have a bad pandemic situation that most of us have to like work from home, and also the school still online. But now the government try to keep the vaccination going on as much as possible, and also the school start like 1 or 2 hours for 50% capacity or something. So but now already like a bit decrease after the slight increase from after June until now, but we still have to do the health protocol, otherwise we are afraid that it will be increased again. So everybody have to be more aware. Maybe it's because the more people is more difficult to handle compared to country like Singapore or Malaysia that less people, and so. And about the herbal that usually used during the COVID-19 is, I think it's similar. It's the herbs, especially the turmeric, the ginger, and we often use the red ginger. I just heard about the black ginger. We haven't heard that in here. So we use the red ginger, and also the Endographis paniculata. That's the same. We also use that. The other is Pilantus niruri. It's I think because it's also known as have an antiviral agent, and then the others is the guava, and also the, like in my presentation, that's why we also make the functional beverage with the kombucha guava, and also sometimes people also like the lactobacillus. They fermented it with the lactobacillus. And also taking supplements. That's what the good thing is, like more and more traditional medicine is used, because like we don't know which not a real medicine yet for the COVID-19. So it also increased the use of the traditional medicine. That's why we have to improve our knowledge about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nina. And next, can I invite Dr. Huong Minh from Vietnam to give the opinion to us, please?
Thank you, and hi everyone. The situation in my country is now very challenging. We are facing the new wave of Delta variant, and we are actually frustrating and combating the virus. We have big outbreaks in some large cities like Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh cities, and some other provinces. And my government is trying to get people vaccinated. And we try to vaccinate up to 70% of population by the end of the year, so that we can open our economy in next year, hopefully. So at the moment, my city and many people in other cities are locked down, and we have very strict lockdown with the enforcement of armies and security teams in the city to ensure that people comply with the rules and reduce the new case every day. So in this situation, many families in my country are trying to use traditional herbs or medicinal herbs. The most popular herbs that people are using is garlic or ginger, some lemon in different kinds, like species, or they can use it like essential oils for humidity. To give the moisture to the air. Recently, one of the leading institutions in my country invented a new medicine, a traditional medicine, which is a combination of traditional plants like curcumin, garlic, and oregano or fish leaves, and so on. And they show quite promising effects in experimental. They are testing in people with like symptoms of COVID, and it shows quite promising effect. So besides of using medicinal plants, we are also trying to keep our health, to keep us healthy. So that's it. Yeah. So that is what is happening in my country at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen. And move to the last one. Associate Professor Dr. Krongkan, please give your opinions to us, please.
Thank you. Actually, Dr. Wiriyaporn already mentioned a lot about the situation of COVID-19. So, but I'd like to add on a bit that in terms of vaccination, I think by Thailand, and full vaccination is only 11%. So I think this is important that if the government can, make a rollout of the vaccine faster, then the situation will get better very soon. We still work from home, and as a lecturer from the university, all the students are also still learning online. We're teaching online, meeting online still. For the functional food or plants, I think the most popular would be Andrographis paniculata in Thailand right now. The price of this plant is actually going up quite a lot and is almost out of the market. So, but in terms of research or both preclinical study and clinical study, as far as I know, Andrographis paniculata is quite effective actually against COVID-19. It's approved for reducing the severity of the inflammation. So I think this is the one. I actually took it myself as well when I feel like having a cough or a little bit of fever, because it has to be taken, before the severity is getting worse. It has to be early taking. So in my opinion, any kind of plants or herbs like curcumin, ginger, if you feel unwell, it's better to take it as early as possible, because COVID-19 involves like cytokine storm and inflammation. If the severity is far too much, then it's going to be difficult. Any kind of plants or functional food wouldn't be able to help. So that's the point, that stay healthy, eat well, because we have lots of the ingredient and fruits, vegetable. Anything that has anti-inflammation activity, I would say, would be effective for the COVID-19 to prevent the severity of the inflammation. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krongkan. So for the first question, I can capture all of this important thing, which is most of countries in ASEAN is seeing a rapid growth of the number of the confirmed case of COVID-19, and this can link to the research and development on the functional food ingredient for immune-related NCDs from plant extracts mostly, such as tamarind, virgin coconut oil, garlic, ginger, and medicinal plant or herb. So this data is very interesting for us. And thank you very much for the first questions. So next, move to the second questions from Dr. Siriporn. Dr. Siriporn, please.
Okay, that is a good discussion for the first question. So we will move to the second question. I will ask you about what the challenges and opportunity in functional food ingredients or functional food products amid the pandemic and beyond. I will go for Dr. Trinidad from Philippines. First, could you give me some opinion?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon again. So I think one of the challenges that our research institutions, particularly on functional food research, is that the development of functional food products should proceed rapidly without compromising the product safety. This is quite a challenge because during the pandemic, we have to think and move faster on how we can contribute to the reduction of COVID-19 cases. We also have to ensure that our resources and facilities are available and ensure that the products developed are effective and safe. And we can scale up the innovation on functional food so that we can address necessary needs of the people, specifically those who are immunocompromised and persons with comorbidities, through the provision of food and food ingredients that may provide health benefits such as the functional foods. And for the opportunities, I think considering the role of functional foods in disease prevention, functional food research provided opportunity to strengthen collaborative research in between government institutions, academia, and the industry, specifically its role in the prevention of NCDs. And these opportunities include the creation of partnerships on technological learnings, sharing of facilities, specialized skills and expertise, and also the sharing of cost for long-term researches. So this is backed up by our department Science for Change program, wherein it accelerates the R&D programs for capacity building and R&D in R&D institutions and the industry. So the Food and Nutrition Research Institute of the Department of Science and Technology have these necessary facilities for functional food research. So this includes the nutrition and food laboratories, our for characterization studies and clinical studies. We also have the nutritional food processing facility and the food product development and pilot scale studies, and the business development unit for technology transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the interesting and the full information for us. I will invite the Dr. Hương from Vietnam. Could you please give us the point of view? Please, Dr. Hương.
Thank you. With regard to the opportunity, I think that there will be great opportunities for functional food. Firstly, it's because people are more and more aware of the importance of using natural and healthy products, which I think that is very beneficial for them, and without or less side effect compared to the use of drugs or synthetic medicines. Second is that it comes from tradition or the belief in our culture.
that they believe that using some kind of plants when balance some elements in their body, something like that. So, and functional food can, I mean, the development of functional food can take advantage from this factor. I mean, this is a social factor. So with regard to the challenge, I would like to talk about the challenges in Vietnam. I see that there's a plethora of functional foods with the various health benefits. In my view, I do believe that many are working very well, but some may not as good as what they are claimed to have the good effects. I think one of the possible reasons can come from the ways that research is doing. Usually, for some products, often they do the extraction and isolation or something to purify the compounds of interest. And this means that not only not mentioned to the effect of the whole process, it may come to the isolation of the compounds, and that compounds will work alone without the support from any other group compounds. Because in nature, I think that everything is connected. So, and they get the support from the similar compounds or the similar elements around them. So now they work alone. They may not elicit optimal activities as we expected. So what can we do? I think that thanks to the advanced technology, if we provide a substantial clinical trials, I mean, or in vivo experiments, then we may have better contribution to the development of functional food industry. That is my opinion. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. I will invite Dr. Sumato to give us the opinions for this question.
Hi, yes, thanks again. I think the previous speakers have already touched upon very important points. I suppose the challenges with functional food development is really, currently the evidence base is not really very strong, because this is mainly based on anecdotal evidence where, you know, these are traditional ingredients which has got specific traditional use. They haven't really been necessarily substantiated using randomized clinical trials. So that's number one. And again, I think Dr. Huang just alluded to that. The second also is the fact that, you know, I think people kind of are just working in silos, right? So everybody is just working on their own specialty, and there's not really, you know, we in the ASEAN region have this opportunity that, you know, we have so much diversity in the botanics that actually is available here. It's about how we integrate and bring everything together is really the key. And I think that is a challenge. And this is something that, you know, mechanisms have to be initiated to facilitate these collaboration between countries, between institutes, and of course, you know, between the different, you know, industry and non-industry players, etc. So that's a challenge. The opportunity is really that there's a huge development in science per se, right? In terms of the technology, the processing, even, for example, using artificial intelligence, right? So these are things that potentially could be utilized for the development of the next generation functional foods. And hopefully I've been able to sort of show you that, you know, use of food processing technology can really enhance the effects of how you know, we can produce the next generation of functional foods. And this is something that, you know, we are working very closely in Singapore. And again, you know, like I mentioned in my talk, we have a lot of industry interest in this and a lot of investors who are kind of seeing it through. So I think we are in a generation of food, and food is going to be the new medicine. And on that note, I think the opportunities are endless. So it's just we have to kind of collectively come together. And I was chatting with some of the other panelists actually about this. I don't know if you're familiar with the ASEAN network of food science and nutrition. And this is a network that we actually have initiated from Singapore. So initially it was Malaysia and Singapore who actually came together. I think some of the people from Thailand, I think, were invited in the second round. So we had some sustainability discussions. So if anybody's interested in joining the ASEAN network for food science and nutrition, please get in touch with myself, and I'm one of the secretariat members, and of course my boss, who some of you may know, Professor Jai Henry. He is the founding director. So on that note, I think the opportunities are endless. So let's all work together and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will move to Dr. Viriyaporn. Could you give me a opinion and your view for this question?
Okay, thank you for your question, Dr. Siriporn. The challenge and opportunity in the functional food ingredient or functional food product among the pandemic and beyond is the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated of market mainstreaming of immune boosting foods, bioactive dietary supplement, and nutraceuticals. It has also vastly accelerated consumer interest in health diet with considerable in the number of people who expect the foods they eat to deliver functional benefits, including immunity. Therefore, this tendency and awareness among people help the functional food market to grow. Thailand has a moderately high level of biodiversity and also has a wide variety of herbs that can be developed into the functional food ingredient or functional food products, which is the identity of Thailand, and to add value to Thai food product and reduce import of functional food ingredient to create opportunity to be selected as a raw material for production in advanced industry, both in the domestic market and the export market. Moreover, the TISTER have a food innovative service plan, or we call FIF. FIF is also already for providing infrastructural services such as pilot plan for beverage production line, pilot plan for dehydrate and preserve food production line, and pilot plan for extraction are offered for provide sector who are looking for industrial scale up with low investment as primary state. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Viriyaporn. Okay, I will go for Professor Nina. Could you please give us the opinion for this question?
Okay, thank you very much. And as I am interested with the Dr. Sumanto place, there's a very attack of development. So hopefully like some from Indonesia also join together with you, because like you said, we also have many, biodiversity, but like in Indonesia, we still have like, that's why the National Food and Drug Administration have to not let the functional food without clinical studies, but then the clinical studies itself is a bit difficult to conduct it, especially if like the spices or something is scattered, not like in a big plantation or something. So it's need like a good collaboration between the researcher and also the industries who wants to do it, and also probably more research with the place like yours, like in Singapore, so we can do know more about the I hear before like all of us is using the Andrographis funiculata, but like the experience from the cinchona before, like it's from the Latin America, but the Dutch find out that the best place to get the good women is in Indonesia. That's why the plantation is in Indonesia. So for like the specific plan that could be like Indonesia is the place that we try to wear, the place that good for growing there to get a certain ingredients that will be good for the development of functional food. So hopefully that we can work together, and then also like probably from Thailand, and they maybe have the, even though we are still in the same area, that but we could be different. That's in, because like the I mean content of a plant sometimes differ on the place. So like for us, because it's only in a small farmer, so it needs a lot of education to the farmer, even for the post-harvest things. So the ingredients that we want will be maintained in the plants, something like that. I think that's so.
Thank you. Yeah.
That.
Thank you so much. Okay, for the last, I would invite Dr. Kongkan to give us the opinion.
Thank you. I actually agree with all the speakers. I'd like to add on a bit in terms of the precision nutrition or personalized functional food for the future. I think this is also important, because I think that one, like the drug, I mean, some drug or some food might be good for one person, but it might not be good for the other. So in the future, I think the field of precision nutrition or personalized functional food might be one of the aspects that we have to think about it. For example, like virgin coconut oil might be good for you, but might not be good for me, for example. If I have some particular genetic background which is different from you, you benefit with taking the virgin coconut oil, reducing cholesterol, but it might increasing triglyceride. It might not be good for the people who have high triglyceride but low cholesterol, but it might be good only for people who have the hypercholesterolemia without any hypertriglyceridemia. So I think in the future, personalized nutrition, personalized functional food would be one of the important aspect in terms of research and development. And of course, the collaboration among the research institutes and the university and agricultural sector, the industrial sector and marketing, they are all important. In particularly, like I'm working at the university, very far away from the industry. So we really need a link between the research outcome or research capacity that normally the university have them like the quality control of the research in still animal research or clinical trial, which might link with the hospital of the university. But to link with the industry, I think we have to think more and make a link to make to strengthen the research in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all speakers that summarize all of them, the key point that, yeah, we in Asia, we have very, very like biodiversity and food ingredients. So I think the challenges, the important challenges was the cooperation together to set the goal. Like, yeah, okay. Thank you for everyone to give us the opinions. And can I invite Kun Rose to close the session? Yeah.
So I would like to say thank you to our professor and the panelist discussion today. I'm on behalf actually Informa Markets that host this event. So we are really happy to hear Dr. Sumanto that talking about the silo work. Actually, I would like to offer myself, our team, to be the conveyor to connect the silo. So we are working with TISTER and also with the University of in Bogor in Jakarta, also to do some activities such bring the research in order to promote and brief to the industry. This kind of thing we can be the connecting to you. And definitely for this session, it will be rerun in our food ingredients online event to get more people access and get your ideas. And we hope by next year, I myself and the team could work with Twister together to invite all of you to meet face-to-face in Thailand during our food ingredients and visit the facility that Twister team already promote to you. And definitely we take note for all the safety concern, the clinical trial, and even things of like how the industry gonna take it and claim it in the right way. So we hope that Food Ingredients Asia Informa Markets would be the promotional tools that you can utilize us to promote your research work and connect you with the industry in the near future. So thank you for being in our ASEAN Symposium that Twister get us to be the co-host, and we hopefully in the future, if Indonesia, Singapore could be the host, we can be your co-host and promote in our network as well. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ Cảm ơn. Terima kasih. Sia-sia ni. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Hopefully we meet again in Thailand.
Yes, salamat po as well.
Take care, everyone.
Salamat.
Bye-bye.